Worship, this one is a GCA 732 of 2024. The state versus Ms. Rachel Kutumela, Ms. Anna Rachel Shokani, and Ms. Majaji Flora Shokani. Today, the 31st of October 2024, we're still sitting in Court E. The appearance are still the same, save to indicate that today the court clerk who is assisting us is Mr. Vijani. When we adjourned yesterday, Your Worship, the applicant number 1 was still on the stand, where the evidence in chief was in progress.
Thank you. I confirm the accused all are still represented by Advocate Attorney.
As the court pleases, Your Worship, the situation remains the same.
Thank you. Can we therefore call the first accused, the witness there? Your full names, witness? Do you have any objection in taking a prescribed oath? No objection. Will the oath be binding at your conscience? Yes. You may raise up your right hand and swear to I need to note that yesterday when the court adjourned, you were still giving your evidence in chief through the defense counsel advocate. The defense counsel will continue giving your evidence. Advocate even without your ability. You may continue as defense.
As the court pleases, Your Worship, but before I proceed, Your Worship, I need to inform Your Worship about the presence of Mr. Matapo. Mr. Matapo is from the state attorney. He is only here to observe the proceedings as he was asked to come and do so. And he is not going to participate either in the defense counsel. He is here just to observe. That's what he told me. Let's Your Worship direct otherwise.
I think there is a purpose why you are informing me that you must not have this.
Yes.
Yes. Perhaps that purpose you can disclose it. Safe to say that Mr. Chavis.
He is from the state attorney. He just came in here. I don't know if he came in here and said, no, I'm here to observe and learn.
I don't know. In the state, do you have any knowledge of anything that the defense counsel is looking at?
The same information he relates to court is what was released to us as well, that Mr. Chavis coming from the state attorney, as to any other purpose that is here for not in
And first, let me engage with you, Advocate. Any relevancy for you to first say, Mr. Chavis, any relevancy for the current process?
It's because he's seated here in front and he was not on record yesterday.
Nice.
I therefore found prudent, Your Worship, to inform the court about why he's here, and that is what he told me.
Yes, Mr. Mutapo, perhaps this is your time to address the reasons for your presence.
But the Honorable Court pleases Your Worship.
You are? Your full names?
My name is Rachel Kutumela.
Yes.
Yes, I just came to observe the proceeding, Your Worship, because I want to learn much about the criminal proceeding as well, as I'm too much engaged in criminal matters, Your Worship.
So it's a learning curve experience.
Actually, it's a learning curve experience, and I've already discussed with my learned colleague, Advocate Counsel Padu, Your Worship.
It is not for any other thing.
It is not for any other official purposes, Your Worship, and I've also discussed it with my senior colleagues from my office, and they have agreed that I can come and watch the proceeding, especially to gain more experience in criminal proceeding, as my daily duties more involved about the civil matters, which as it was visited.
Advocate, I may just indicate that of late we have got student athletes or those who are doing training who are requesting to even come and watch proceedings in court, not only in this court, even in other criminal courts. Some are those that are registered under the Law Society and the like. They do come here to observe the proceedings, purpose being to empower themselves in times they go and represent the accused in either a criminal trial. And we have allowed that to happen as part of judicial empowerment or legal empowerment. So it is not here to interfere with anything that you do. Is it understood?
I understand.
So we may now proceed.
As a court
Thank you.
When we adjourned yesterday, we were going to start with count 10.
Yes.
Yes, John. Count 10 involves Your Worship, the policies taken by the accused. The funeral covers for the deceased mother. The first policy relates to the First National Bank of 63,000. You know that policy.
Very the thoughts now that for the Jamala to the Shumi. The that for the Jawana, the Mabability policy, JD, Jerry, the Jelon Naval Kutumela. Yamatomo Warga FNB, and now on say Usitibao ka policy FNB 63,000 Yadirand. Yes, I know of the policy.
What was the purpose of the policy? Why did you take it?
Ikabakalangi ile ajiwa policy maikemshe tukulu vile. It was a funeral policy in the event such okay.
And according to the charge sheet, is that on the 10th of February, you submitted a claim in respect of that policy. And being the fact that the plaintiff said, I beg your pardon, that the deceased died of an accident, it was accidental, you then cash out an amount of 126,000. Is that correct?
We took that for Tukita Rika, the 10th April. When I will was Zencha Pupelo, who FNB, Kabakalagori, Moku, who Sokofeji, Ka Codes, Kimoka, wa Patela Chiletialika, 126,000 Yadiran. Yes, that is so.
And then, did you assist in the burial of the accused?
We were Trusha Pulukong Yamo. Yes, I did.
Can you tell the court how you assisted with this amount?
Ugabu Jakoreo Tustivian Reusno Queta Machine.
Yolega Talusijoro Badulalina, Lemolekan Waka. Molegan Waga Belina, my manta was a funeral arrangement. Nagibegin along 1 woman, 3 months.
As I had already indicated that the disease was staying with us, or living with us, so my husband was the one who was in charge of the funeral arrangements, going to various places as part of the arrangements. I, at the time, had a child who was 3 months old.
Ke be ke fine di finance re spendile plus minus 12,000.
I was giving him the finances. We spent about 12,000 rands
Out of chelete ya FNB.
out of the money from FNB.
Ka gore tse dingwe tša di-burial di be di patetšwe e be le tsona di be di da ka mokgwa wa di-policy.
Because other burial costs were paid for, they also came in the form of policies.
Re be re na le package ya Northern Funeral e dileng Poloko ka moka.
We had a package with Northern Funeral. They took care of the whole funeral.
Ra ba ra kgona le ho beya leswika.
We were even able to erect a tombstone.
Ke ka boripana ka mokgwa re be rekileng ka gona.
In brief, that's how we worked when it comes to the funeral.
And in respect of this charge, how will you plead should this matter goes to trial?
A ke ipone molato.
I plead not guilty.
And on count 11, that involved yes, and the worship on count number 10, there is an allegation that the person in a company was one another Rachel Kutumela, who wanted to apply for a funeral policy and did then and there by means of a said misrepresentation induce First National Bank to issue a funeral cover for an amount of 63,000 with a policy reference number 1557807. I want you to clear this allegation. When you go and take out a policy, with who were you?
Ditatofatso tse dingwe molatong wa lesome ke gore ge go bulwa policy ba FNB ba boditse gore o na le motho kwa kampaneng ya gago wa leina ba reng ke Navel Kutumela yo e leng gore o nyaka go bula policy le FNB ka baka la bofora bo FNB ya feleletša e bula policy ya nomoro 1557807 e leng gore e beile ya 63,000 ya diranta bjale wena ge o yo bula policy o bona le mang o ba ile yo bula policy
Ke be ke na le yena Navel.
I was with me.
And a ke kwešiše gore ge ba re company ba reng company.
I don't understand what they mean by company. What are they referring to?
That is how they have carved out the charge, but apparently they are referring to First National Bank. And you were with another, is that correct?
Bara gore FNB wa le taba gore o ile le yena Navel o bona le Navel.
Ke nnete ke be ke na le yena.
Yes, it is true, I was with him.
And then is that correct that Navel took out that policy?
Ke nnete gore yo Navel o Wile Jia Police.
Which are under my guidance.
Yes, he took out the policy under my guidance.
And he made you a beneficiary according to the allegation. Is that correct?
We are looking at that. We are Marisha when I got a motor in Morika, Tata, even when I who brings out Kupeloya, Kalifalo Machete.
As a Nigerian decision now to a beneficiary, Requanichi Libutiar.
He is not the one who took the decision to list me as his beneficiary. That decision was taken by me and his brother.
And when you say his brother, you mean your husband?
Yes.
If I may ask this question again, how did it come that you became a beneficiary?
Earlier banking after advice we got funeral cover. The after Rukanore, Naval Swanja funeral cover will come to Malaman Pelang. Hey, Damo Patia beneficiary. Kafunela yena husband. Kamuja rabe reapumele la gatabaya ungula funeral cover mara beneficiary. Rebi emang. Arana rebia way.
When we were at the bank and we were now advised on how policies work, and this was after we had already agreed that Naval, just like any other living person, must have a funeral policy. When it now came to the part of listing beneficiaries, I then contacted my husband telephonically and then asked him as to what must we do in that respect. And that's when it was agreed, or he said I should be listed as well.
And I might be correct if I can say, should this matter go to trial, your husband will corroborate your version?
Ke tabe ke bolela nnete na enkare e o ka direga gore molato o ye tsheko monna wa mogala wa o tlotla a tishetsa ba a kontisha se o se bolela
a las kontisha
se corroborate. Yes, count number 12, Your Worship. We are through with number 11. Count number 12 involves eye support, life policy. And there is a policy also that was taken by yourself. It involves the eye support insurance. You know about it for the benefit of yourself, and the insured person was not able to do it. You know about it.
Well, that fajo mulatung wa utwafu ki tama wapili policy ye jeru kwena kwa asupo navele a mwadishichu una leso stiwa uga policy.
Yes,
and I know the policy.
And if I may, did you know that there was this policy taken for his funeral cover?
Very. We had the one hour now JG policy ya Polokwane.
Yena Navel Ubesase.
Navel did not know.
And your husband, who is the brother, did he know about this policy?
Budia even Mkhalago Warago Yanobati.
Yes,
Yes, he did.
And did he agree to this policy?
Udumage worry a policy.
Udumage.
Yes, he agreed.
And there is an allegation that when you took out this policy, you have the intention to have the deceased killed in order to benefit from the accident, the cover, which pays out.
Litat Fajo Jolapili, Ketawori, whenever you shall tell naval policy, Yapulu, who only my Kimisheju are Odira or Abulawe, or when now Kono, Uela, Ki Patele, which are policy, Yelumori Patela, Gabi.
Obo si jwalo re ke itjekere e normal funeral policy ke mo cover as extended family.
It was not like that. When I took out the policy, I took out the policy as an ordinary or a normal funeral policy. Him as my extended family.
And should this matter goes to trial, how will you plead?
O kadrega mla tru yetsiko. O doki fetule la kawa.
Ora ki pone molato.
I will plead by saying not guilty.
And you go to count 13. This involved one Mapari Ephraim Trush. Do you know Mapari Ephraim Trush?
Reago Malatro 13, the Tatfajo Tamalapo, the Mawapili Mapari Ephraim Trush. Wamutsiba Mapari Ephraim Trush. Yes, I know. Mapari Ephraim. He is my uncle, my mother's younger sibling.
And there is an allegation that you met at your uncle and that you planned the murder. What's your comment about it?
Unentat fajumu taworo wena ulaide malumiaga ibile pulawa yagare wi ulaganyite wa wi reri le pili uka idir
agiditse bi ditatu fajo tsewe.
I don't know anything about those.
But do you know how he died?
Ana ifela watsiwa re u hlokofedile.
Ke a tseba.
Yes, I know.
Can you tell this court if you can?
Lo wa khona ka botsa gore.
Ka jadileng le wa thokofetseng ka lona le re ke sa gopola date. Ke khumane call from gae.
On the day that he passed away, even though I did not recall the date, I received a call from home.
What do you mean by who?
Nna motse wa ka o ga matala ga re shwe ke moletše ga maleka.
My own home is at Hamatala. My parental home is at Molechi, Malika.
Can you proceed?
Okay,
Ke founela ke moredi ya ka wa mathomo accused number 2 are accused number 3 are maphodisa bo ma ba fumane kholo o jwa maphodiseng ba re go na le motho o ba mo fumane a tlhokofetse mo tseleng.
This call I was receiving from my first daughter being accused number 3 in this matter. She told me that my mother received a call from the police and they were informing her that someone was found in the street. Someone was found dead in the street or on the road.
Mapodi
Where
mo motong.
Warakai, the answer was at Mutu.
Ga o se le shopo ya ga Mosi.
Next door near Mosi shop or Moses shop.
Moredi ya ka ga nthalosetsa a re o mmabare ka mogole phodisa le ba fa description ya motho a le mo tseleng bona ba nagana gore ke Isaya.
My daughter went on to say, my mother is saying the description that the police were providing, she thinks fits that of Isaiah.
Isaya ke ngwana mmane moratho wa bona moratho wa bomma.
Isaiah is my maternal aunt's child, my mother's nephew.
Abamboja re bile bo butiaka bo thomi ba ile gona ba ile kwa gore na go diegeng.
She further told me that my brothers, Tommy and others, went there to check what's going on.
Well, ka male mangre we go ba o botsa bothata ka driver ka ya gae.
Just like any ordinary human being, when you hear of problems being reported to you, I drove home.
And then ranger le ka gae bo thomi ba buile mo rena ka call.
Whilst we were there at home, Tommy and others reverted back to us through a telephone.
Barana barawa motola maphodisa re ba mofumane a tlhokofetse re mofumane a se Isaya ke malome.
They then said, we found the person the police were reporting to have been found on the road. It is not Isaiah, it is Uncle.
Mara a bona le ana le dintho go ba selo o bona la o ka re ke motho a robetseng mo tseleng.
However, he does not appear to have any physical injuries. He appears to be someone who's just sleeping or lying on the road.
Ka o be a bereka ana ka mola shopong ya ga Mosi.
Because he worked there at the Moses shop.
A be a bereka bjalo ka motho wa koloma ka gana ka mola.
He worked there as a cleaner.
Ke ka mokgwa re fumane le kgola malome.
That's how we received my uncle's passing of it.
At the time of his death, was he staying with you or the mother, or was he staying alone?
Kana kwa shala iko fokofala ubadla lwena abdla le bomma ubadla inoshi.
Malome o be a dula ana kwa mmereko mara ga gabo ke same street le ga gesho.
My uncle used to stay there at the shop. However, his parental home is in the same street as my parental.
And o shetse ena gana ka kwa gae.
And he is the child remaining there at his parental home.
And how old was he at the time of his death?
Kana kwa fokofala o bana le mengwa ya meka.
Ko 58 58, 57.
About 58 or 57 years.
If I may ask, how was his social life?
Engabutisha bophelo ba gagwe mo setšhabeng be bo lebja.
Rena o tloga go goleng ga rena re o je malomeng o ka re ke firstborn ya bomma e beng a šika le bomma o tloga mo re tswaletseng gona go tswa ga dikgale e beng le responsibility ya bomma, and then a ke gopole malome a ile a ba le mosadi. Malome be le motho wa go ke haslela, wa go ke phidisha ka di peace job e be le motho wa matsogo a ge.
Okay, sorry. Growing up, we found my uncle's relationship with my mother as one that appeared like my uncle is my mother's firstborn. They were always together, lived closely together. I do not recall my uncle ever having a wife. He was someone who hustled by using his working physically with his hands, doing odd jobs.
And then e be le motho wa go nwa jwala e be a kitsubela.
He drank alcohol, he smoked.
Go be a tsuba ntho ngwe le ngwe go tsubiwa.
He smoked anything that could be smoked.
What do you mean by that?
Or rather, Mauria.
Go be a tsuba dikwae a tsuba le dipatše.
He smoked cigarettes and also dagga.
And then jwala o be a sena flavor. O be no jwala bo ngwe le bo ngwe a bo fumana.
When it comes to alcohol, he did not have a favorite type of alcohol. He drank anything that he could lay his hands.
And malome be se motho wa gore nka dia di society nka tsenela di society a ba responsible for yena.
My uncle was also not a person who would join burial societies or other societies in the community. He did not really take such responsibility of himself.
E be le responsibility ya bomma.
He was my mother's responsibility.
Ke ka bokopana ka mphonga le botsa ka malome.
That is, in brief, what I can tell you about my uncle.
Now we go to count 14. That's where the policies are involved. It is alleged that you took a policy on Standard Bank for your uncle, wherein you made yourself a beneficiary.
Well, Rita Omla Drug 14, Kimobella, Zananta, the police. The touch for to get out with the Standard Bank, Wabulela, Malome police. Working Madi Sagaleka, Mutui Mori, Kenaving, Lemaluka, Pateva, Saraptat.
Ke begina le yona policy ya malome Standard Bank.
Yes, I had a Standard Bank policy for my uncle.
And it was a funeral policy with the church, is that correct?
Oyaka Richard Kutumela, Variki policy ya Polokwane.
E be le funeral policy.
Yes, it was a funeral policy.
Upon his death, what happened to the policy?
There was no sort of allowed writing a policy.
Policy ya Standard Bank e patetse shejere bulukile.
The Standard Bank policy was paid out after we had buried my uncle.
And if that is the case now, how did you manage his burial?
Hello, policy patreti mola le shetse le boloki le khonne byang o mmoloka
ke khopela of a background ya malome le di policy.
I'm asking to give a background of my uncle and policy.
Jalo ka ishe ke tlhalositse gore malome e be le responsibility ya bomma ene bomma nje ba sa bereke.
As I have already indicated earlier that my uncle was my mother's responsibility and my mother was unemployed.
Ene go goleng ga rena bomma ke bona ba re thokometse.
Growing up, my mother is the one who was caring for us.
Re thokofaletse ke bo papa re sa le dikolong.
Our father passed away whilst we were still in school.
Bomma ba palla ke go boloka bo papa.
My mother could not bury my father.
Wa ba le go la bothoko.
Then his death was even sadder.
Bomma ba thokofalla ke bokoko bomma bona.
My mother's mother, who is my grandmother, also passed away.
Bomma ba palla ke go boloka bokoko.
My mother was also unable to bury my grandma.
Le lona ya ba le go la bothoko.
It also was a painful death.
Ya ba gore rena re a gola bana ba bomma.
We then grew up, my mother's children.
Na ke bile wa mathomo a go bereka ka mo gae.
I was the first to get employed in the family.
Ge ke fetša go joina sephodisa batho ba di insurance ba fela ba re etela mo mmerekong.
After joining the police force, people from insurance companies would visit us at the workplace.
Ba thoma gore educator ka lego.
And started educating us regarding death.
Ke mo ke thomile go cover family ya ge ka moka.
That's when I started covering my whole family,
including malome,
including my aunt,
ka gore be le responsibility ya bomma.
because he was my mother's responsibility.
Ke mo coverile of Bob.
I covered him through AVCO
Le family ka moka.
and the whole family.
It was around 2008-9.
This was around 2008 or 2009.
What about Metropolitan?
Then came people from Metropolitan.
Le bona ba re advise ka di funeral.
They also advised us about funeral
Le di funeral expenses.
and the expenses associated with them.
And then ke cover family ka moka le gona.
That's when again I covered the whole family
Ka ulokela le malome.
and included my uncle.
Ge ntse re gola le bophelo bo change.
As we grew up and life changed,
The insurance company di re approach di re botsa ka mogwe le re bophelo bo upgrade ka gona.
and insurance companies were approaching us and telling us how life is changing or upgrading.
Le nna ke bona ka mogwe le re batho ba fa batho ba bo bona di dignified funeral ka gona.
And I was also seeing how other people are giving their family members dignified funerals.
Ke ile ka re ke le Standard Bank ka khumana di policy tša bona di le reasonable go feta tša Metropolitan.
When I was in Standard Bank, I then found that their policies are reasonable.
Ka move di policy tša ka from Metropolitan ka di isha Standard Bank.
I then moved my policies from Metropolitan to Standard Bank.
And since the policy di patela ke nna,
Now, since the policies were paid by me,
ke be ke sa tsebe gore nka beya motho o mongwe as beneficiary.
I did not know that I could enlist someone else as a beneficiary.
And then ge ba bangwe ba dilo ta ka morago ka buti ya ka le bosesi ya ka le bona ba thoma go bereka.
Now, when my other siblings, my brothers and sisters, started working,
Ba thoma go ikema le bona.
they started being independent.
Morwalo o la wa ka o fokotsega.
The burden lessened on me.
Ka ba botsa gore ke ta shala le malome.
I then told them I will remain with my uncle.
Now, about the Standard Bank policy. Actually, which year did you take this policy?
Policy ya Standard Bank, we jerry my
Ki movile from Metropolitan Ogarga Shaksa Polaka.
I do not recall when I moved it. I moved the policy from Metropolitan to Standard.
But can you well over 10 years?
Egawa fitatu kano yame walisho.
Kutoka Metropolitan or Standard Bank.
You mean the move from Metropolitan to Standard?
And that's since you took out the policy, the federal policy you are under.
Bara isa luto mobile policy ye ya wakareta le malume ya Standard Bank. Ikawa tikano ya wana utwana kwene uftelani vile ifita miwa ilishumi.
Kutoka Metropolitan or ya Standard Bank.
From Metropolitan to Standard Bank, yes.
Ka gore e be le taba gore ge o ya to a new company ha o sana waiting period.
Because the situation is that when moving from one insurance company to another, there is no waiting period.
Yeah, and we also have on charge count 15, Your Worship. It also involved Mapari Ephraim Toshi and Holland Life Insurance Company. The form and content of the accusation remains the same, Your Worship. And the accused has given us a background in respect of the deceased, who is Mapari Ephraim Toshi. And it's just for her to confirm to us as to whether she took out the policy from Holland Life Insurance Company for unnatural death of Mapari Ephraim Toshi. Is that so?
Without little for the time of 1250, little for the Sale Mawapili Mapari Ephraim Toshi company. The insurance working Holland, Lebakile. Memelu Uwanchite Mori, Filet Halusoyauri, Utlevian, Tawachita policy or Limalume, Abega Rajo, Nager, Verunia Gotiva or Anna, again net, or Wena, with the Wachia policy, Ya Holland, Uchelaman.
Again net.
Yes, true.
And it's also correct that the amount was 75,000 over the policy of 141,695.76. Is that correct? That the amount of the benefit was 75,000?
Didn't need to the charity over what Yona, more policy near 75,000 at the
Yes,
that is.
And that policy paid?
Policy on hepatitis. Yes, it paid.
And that you also have a policy, is that Holland the same as Isoport Life?
Policy Holland the Israeli Isoport.
Wrong, sir.
How so?
In that, according to the charge, count 50, is that on the 12th of August 2021, Holland Life Insurance Company boosted an amount of 98,000 into Raisijr Shokani's Capitec account to the prejudice of Isoport Life in the amount of 104,000.
Kauri.
Can I confirm with the state, just for correction?
Court, please.
For yesterday, something like 908 something.
In fact, it's 98,039 rand and 14 cents.
you may continue with that difference. I had a confusion yesterday, and there were figures that were mentioned. Thank you. You may continue.
Very Kauri. Ora tlo more than 12 August 2021. Bola ile ya patela tšhelete ya lekana 98,039 ya diranta le disente tše 40 ka ra account ya banka ya Raiseja a re Shokane ke banka ya Capitec.
Ho jwalo.
Yes, that is so.
And upon his death, did you use the money for the funeral?
Ga se no tlhokofala o ile wa šomiša tšhelete go boloka.
Ka ke boletse gore di-police tša malome di patetse lata ke šomišitše my own savings go mmoloka.
As I indicated, that the policies paid later, this is after the funeral was conducted. I used my own savings.
Bobo nthušitše go dia poloko ka moka.
Bob helped me with conducting the funeral.
Other funeral expenses re be re thušana.
Other funeral expenses, we were assisting each other.
Then jata ja patela ka morago.
The policies then paid later or after that.
And then ra tsošološana kwa ga bokoko ka bo malome.
We then improved the home of our grandmother, my uncle's parental home, so that the home is not left apart.
Then bokoko ka ge ke boletse gore ba ile le bona ba thokofala le swika la bona le be le se gabotse.
As I also indicated that my grandmother also passed away, and her tombstone was not good or well erected. We then revamped or erected the tomb.
And then I continue to tlhokomelana ka mola ga bokoko.
And I'm continuing to take care of my grandmother's home.
And maybe can you estimate how much could have been expended in both of the tombstone, the revamping of the grandmother's home, as well as the funeral expenses from which a savings account or your savings account?
Gale, o ka re botsa na gore o ka ba o šomišitšwe bokae o tsošološa leswika la bokoko o tsošološa ka kwa gae ga bokoko mo e leng gore o bo o šomiša di-savings.
Es ke boletse gore Avbopo e bolokile cover ya Avbopo e bile plus minus 30,000, and then leswika la malome e bile 9,500, and then the funeral cost di ka ba di costile bo 15,000.
As I indicated that Avbopo conducted the funeral, and the cover there was 30,000 rands. My uncle's tombstone was 9,500 rands, and the funeral costs were around 15,000.
And in respect of the revamping of the grandmother's home,
utsushulusa muzika kwa abokoko,
plus minus 12,000.
We could have used about 12,000.
And is it correct that I had to, in my evidence, that you continue to take care of the grandmother's residence?
Ke nnete ko kile gore o tswela pele o tlhokomela motsola o.
Go jwalo.
Yes, that's.
Does it involve the monetary part of it.
O hlokomela o we o amana le mashele.
Yeah.
Estimates to the court.
Taba o nyaka ba
O ka akanya hore e ka ba bokae hore kgoro itse.
tšhelete ke re ra tlhokomela ke taba o nyaka batho ba go thagola le go fiela ka kua gae ba e le gore o kgona mo fa 500 ka kgwedi.
By taking care of the home, this is we do this by hiring people to clean the yard, remove weeds, and also clean the property. Per month, the person is paid around 500.
Yes, which means the expenses continue.
Señalo ya mashile ngitswela pele.
E tswela pele.
And should this matter goes to trial, how are you going to plead?
Molato ka ya tsheko o tlo ke fetolela ka o reng o itla go molato wa 15 o di tlatfatso tse
Nga se ipone molato.
I am going to plead not guilty. I'm not going to plead guilty.
And perhaps before I conclude on this charge, can you tell this court if you know whether a postmortem was done in respect of the deceased Rachel or not? If it was done, what were the results in that respect?
Resale ana mo molato mo ana o ka bo tseba na gore go dirile postmortem na ka mlawa le go la malona au re lori e dirile dipuelo tsa yona di re
Postmortem e dilwe ka gore o ishitswe forensic mara a zanga re fumana di results.
The postmortem was done because it was taken to forensics. However, we never got the results.
I'm asking this question just to go out your worship of the ways because I watched the TV yesterday at about 7 o'clock, 45, where your aunt was interviewed. And she alleges that when she went to the forensic, she found the deceased having been opened up here and sometimes on the side of the heart, which means that a postmortem was done. But what she attributes that operation was to the effect that he might have been killed.
Also register an objection that it appears if Malende Poliki is now testifying from the bar, and that it's not allowed. Any objection?
Defense?
Objection accepted. I might rephrase my question.
What I want to again inform you is that avoid testifying from the bar. And okay, you can rephrase it.
As the court places, with the cap in hand, I accept the court's advice. Let's go to count 16. Count number 16. That also involves Petras Siagamen. Do you know the deceased?
Galare una 16. Bare o ama motho ba reng ke Jacob Petras Siaka. O ka ba mokgwa wa motse.
Ke a motse.
Yes, I know him.
How do you know?
Mutsibabia.
mo tseba le papa wa ngwana Damaris ke ngwana mma
I know him as the father, Damaris. Okay. The father of Damaris child, Damaris led. Damaris King. Damaris is maternal aunt's child.
You are accused of his death. What is your explanation, Mr. Father?
Then, ula tufazwa gauri wena ututi ule kula wena ori.
Na ke ditsebe.
I don't anything else.
Ke no kwa ge tšale Captain Mabunda bala di charge abala le yona iwe charge.
I just heard this when Captain Mabunda was reading the charges to me, and this was one of the charges that was included.
And then the same day ye ke tshwereng ka yona ge ba dilo mpona thapama ba ntšhetša diaparo ka kwa ba mpotša gore Marisu jo gama ke maphodisa ka di-plastic ba re a ba botse gore nna ke bolaile monna.
The same day I was arrested, later in the day when they came to see me and bring me clothes, they told me that Damaris was suffocated by police using plastic bags, and the police wanted Damaris to tell them that I killed her man.
And then bare ababa bucha gore na mo di mo ga di charge tše a ona charge ya gore ke bolaile bomma na Damarisa botšiša ba go sesia ka gore na ka gore na se ke ikwe ge ba mo tshwara charge ya gore o bolaile bomma e gona.
Then Damaris also asked my sisters as to whether amongst the charges am I also not charged or accused of killing my mother.
Ka gore ba be ba mmotša gore na ge bomma ba thokofala ke be ke le kae.
Because they were asking her, asking her Damaris as to where was I when my mother passed on.
Ke ka mokgwa ke fumaneng charge ya seakamela.
That's how I became aware of the charge relating to Siakamer.
And the state further pressed that you claimed that matter.
Ritatfatso gape o tswa lefapheng la botšhotšhisi ke gore polao ye o ile wa e rolaganya wa e rera pele e ka dira.
Ke a dirana.
I dispute.
And perhaps before I conclude, can you tell this court, if any, the relationship between you and Damaris, apart from the fact that it's your aunt's daughter?
Mohlomong pele ke romataba ye o ka botša gore ore ana wena Damaris be na le kgerano ya mofuta mang ntle le taba ya gore le bana ba mamolo le mmane.
A gona ye nngwe ya ka thoko kgerano ya ka le Damaris o ba re ke nna sesiage wa bomamogolo wa ge ke moratho wa ka wa mmane nna ke godisitše Damaris ke dutše ga bo Damaris re originator ga digale rena, and then ke jo godiša Damaris from birth, and then ge ba re tlo move ke boela gae moletši ka tsamaya le Damaris no ba re Damaris o godisitše ke nna.
There is no any other special relationship besides that I am Damaris' elder sister from her aunt's family, and she is my younger sister from my aunt family. I raised Damaris because we originate from Madikali. So I went to stay with Damaris, raised there, and when I moved back to Molechi, Damaris went with me.
And then your sister, as you placed on record, perhaps he might have told you how the Jacob Petras Sagamela died.
Dalekare yo Damaris ele moratwa wa awumai. Mhlomongwe akaba ila ubuja hore yo Jacob Sagamela o tlhokofetse.
Relationship ya Damaris le Jacob Sagamela ke a itse. Le gore bana le ngwana, le gore Damaris la ya dula ga bo Jacob. And then Jacob ba thasela ke malwetse a monagano. Damaris ba boya gae ka gore ba re Jacob ba dangerous mo Damaris le ngwana.
I know the relationship between Jacob Sagamela and Damaris, and that they share a child. I also know that at some point Damaris went to stay with Jacob to a point where Jacob started suffering from mental problems, and Damaris had to move back home because Jacob was now a danger to Damaris. She moved back with the child.
And then Elena Jacob o ba re tseba o ba eta gae anje ana le mathata na monagano mara o ba no re dutse a eta a do re checka as family.
Jacob also knew us. He would also come to our home, even when he had these mental problems. He would come just to check us as a family.
And bolwetse ba ga zanga bo a rwantšha Damaris le family ya gabo.
The mental illness did not cause separation between Damaris and his family.
Ba bo Jacob ba fela ntse ba mo update le na Damaris o rena go dira ene thuso ba enyaka kae ba sepela kae.
Jacob's family always updated Damaris on Jacob's condition, also indicate where they seek assistance and where they are going for assistance. And those things Damaris shared with me as a sister. Even when Jacob passed away, they called Damaris.
Damaris
Damaris then called my mother as her maternal aunt. Because her mother, Damaris' mother, is no longer alive. My mother then told Damaris to travel and come home. As I recall, I was home on that day. Because my mother was at that point someone who was not physically strong. She also suffered from illness. Upon Damaris' arrival, my mother then said, take Damaris to the Sagamela family so that you can hear what the cry is about. Because the two basically never ended their relationship or parted ways. Indeed, I went and I took her there.
Elore prior to lekola Sagamela ba ile ba informa Damaris gore ba kumanetse Sagamela mo ka re o ta kumana thuso o dula gona ke mo moruting go seshego.
Prior to the death of Sagamela, Siakamela's family told Damaris that they seem to have found help for him at a certain priest in Sishiu where he would be staying.
And then again, it repeated, Repita Baba Taluseja Orawa. Diego Botogo Fejega Matonga Muruti Mara, Bamukumane Mo dumping house.
Upon arrival, the family then told us that Jacob passed away in the care of this priest. However, they found his body at a dumping site nearby. That's how we became aware of Jacob's death.
And did you agree with the state that you planned that death?
No.
No. And when the matter comes to court, should it goes for a trial, how will you plead?
I keep on Mulato.
I plead not guilty.
The post-mortem results through Damaris.
Also because of what I heard as the post-mortem results through Damaris.
Or the foreign subjects or foreign bodies in the lungs.
That they told her that they found foreign objects or items in the lungs of the deceased.
In Kegaburipan.
That is my response in brief.
And did you took any policy, either funeral or life cover, in respect of Jacob?
Na ukile wa ulela Jacob the policy gaba ya pulugo obayala
no.
No.
And that there was nothing to benefit after his funeral, is that correct?
Says Rauri Kamrawa Utokofala Gabe who was not say when I go away also.
No.
That is correct.
Your Worship, on count number 18, 17, Worship, I beg your pardon.
Barry Aumula 17.
It is alleged by the state that on or about the 14th of September 2022 at Oniamutu village, Nakuf, in the district of Capricorn, you did unlawfully and with intent to defeat or obstruct the course of justice, place the deceased body of Jacob Petras Kutumela in a dumping area, which act defeated or obstructed the administration of justice.
Ditatifatso molatungo le bala ka tsela eo ka di bolatfatso ka di 14 tsa September 2022 oba na tsatsing la nalewe kwa makofe motho wa gauswi le gana mowe wena ka mai wena kgatlhano le molao ebile ka maikemišetšo a go šitiša tuka wa tshepedišo ya tuka o phethe o ile wa tšea setupu sa moku wa se latlha wa se bea kwa lefelong la o latlha ditlakala wa dumping.
It's not true.
Ke nnete se?
Awa.
No.
And if this matter goes to trial, are you going to plead?
Molato ka ya tsheko o tlo ke fetolela ka one
ga ke ipone molato
that I plead not guilty.
Your Worship, count number 18. The charge relates to the fact that on the 20th of April 2022, you applied for accidental death policy and did then and there by means of a said misrepresentation induce FNB to issue an accident death policy on the life of David Siakame and stood to benefit an amount of 1.5 million under policy number CP 0243016.
Re a unga go 18 ya mo tsa kgato tsa ona di bala ka gore ka di 20 tsa April 2022 wena o ile wa ya kwa FNB wa ya bula policy ka mokgwa go fura o ngwadisa David Siakame o ngwadisa policing ye le more e tlo patela tšhelete ya le kana 1,500,000 ya diranta ke nnete.
awa se nnete le David Siakame la ke mo tsebe.
No, it is not true. I do not even know David Siakame.
Just a minute. You just want to. Yes, the judge further went on to state that you said you are Masipe or Masepe, Damaris Celeb. Is that correct?
Did that for job with you? When you FNB wa kitawabuta wa FNB when Masepe Damaris Celeb mukawa kula police ka maina outwe ya charity ya lukana 1,500,000 ya dirham.
Agiditse.
I don't know anything about it.
And further that on the 28th of September, you submitted claim documents at FNB Life for a natural death of David Siakame, claiming that the deceased David Siakame was found lying dead in the street, which claim was rejected by FNB.
Ujala Bilemo, Ulat Fajorga 28 September, when we did wa FNB, Umarali Kokoman, FNB, Utencha, Kuperoya, Upatrelo, Kabaka, Labori Wena, Unale Policy, Ubira Ori, yo David Siakame, o tlhokofetse ka mokgwa o batsela ye leng gore a se a tlhaga.
Na ke ditse taba tse ba di bolena.
I don't know anything about those things that have been said.
And have you ever applied for a policy in respect of which we were a beneficiary and on David Siakame?
O kile wa dia policy mo e leng gore wena ko wena mmadishwa wa o ka batla masheleng ke policy re ile gore o ka tlhaga se sengwe David Siakame?
Aw.
No.
And so this matter goes to trial. How will you plead?
molato ya tsheko mo tlo ke fetolela ka gore
na ke na molato
that I am not guilty.
And, Your Worship, charge number count 90. It relates to one Mutaba. The charge states that on or about 13 April and at near Mutum village in the district of Capricorn, the accused did unlawfully and intentionally cause the death of Puti Martin Mutata, an adult male person. You know this accused, the deceased.
That is that Fajumla 19 Varaki Tawama Puti Martin more Olat Fajor can judge dating the April. One Mutu wa consider Mutu. Kama ikimishe juimbe katana numla. Now we never pull up Puti Martin. Muku wali inali. Wamutse. No, I don't know.
Have you ever seen person of this name?
Ukilo Bona Mutwali inali?
no
No.
And it is further alleged that the murder was planned by yourself.
Olat Fajara Tori Pulawe e Rolandre Pili Ika D.
a ke dumele
I do not that.
And was there any policy that relates to Puti Martin Mutata that might have been taken out by yourself?
Ana una policy ngori ama Puti Martin Mutata ngori ikabaiteri kwena.
no
No.
Was there any benefits that you will have received or accumulated upon his death?
Ana una lese uta well office now so that's better yo Puti Martin Mutata agasa.
no
No.
ke gopela o tlhalosa gore le yona e tlile jwang taba ya Martin wa no ke sa motsebe.
I am asking to explain as to how this matter of Martin came to my knowledge. This person that is unknown.
e rile ka jadile ke tshwarwang ka lona le yona ya ba yengwe e le gore Captain Mabunda o e badile ka kwa the surname ya Mothata.
On the day I was arrested, this is one of the charges or allegations Captain Mabunda read to me, and I had surname Mothata.
And then ge re fitha officing mo ba be ba ntšamene wana gona Captain Mabunda mputša rena ke tseba Benedictary Mothata na.
When we arrived at the office where they were to charge me or afflict my fingerprints, Captain Mabunda then asked me whether I know a person by the name of Benedictary Mutala or
Benedict Mothata
or Benedict Mutala.
e le gore pele ba mputsitše gore na ke tseba Damariselepe na.
Prior to that, they asked me whether I know Damaris Selepe,
ka ba botša gore ke a mo tseba
and I told them I know.
ba re ke ba fe direction ya mo a dulang gona.
They then said I must give them the direction of where she resides.
ba bitše team members tša bone and then ka ba director gore Damaris o dula kae.
They called their team members and I directed them to where Damaris resides.
And then ke ba mputša gore Benedict Mothata wa mo tseba na.
That's when they asked me whether I know Benedict Mutata.
ka botša re na ke mo tseba o na motho ke mo tseba ba re ke Benedict Mothata.
I then told them I don't know that person. There's no person I know by that name.
Ke re later that day re ba ka ga ba dlompona ba mpotsa re gape mani beni o jo gama ke maphodisa ka di checkers ba re a bolele gore na o bolaile monna ge ana le mang.
Later that day when my family came to see me, that's when they told me that Aunt Benny was suffocated with the use of plastics by the police, and the police were asking her with whom did she kill her husband.
To note that the defense counsel, Mr. Mutati, is now communicating with the witness through gesture of silence. The witness is now testifying. You're even waving your hands.
May I respond to your worship? I'm referring to my Statina advocate, your worship.
Yeah, but you were looking at the witness. The court is up here. You'll be able to see it.
If that's the case, I'm apologizing.
Thank you. You must have avoided it.
Yes, please, the court.
Yes.
And then again monagano bo ya gore ora Captain Mabunda be a re Benedict Mothata o be a nye gore mani beni ene mani beni na ke tsebelwa ga Mothata ke tsebelwa ga Mataba.
That's when it then clicked on me that when Captain Mabunda was saying, do I know Benedict Mothata, he was referring to Aunt Benny, and I don't know Aunt Benny to be bearing the same name of Mothata, but that of Mataba.
And then again ba dlompo ja gore monna go o thuntshitswe motho.
That's when they told or informed me that her husband was shot at Mumutu.
And then relationship ya ka le Mani Beni gore Mani Beni ke traditional doctor ya ka gae.
The relationship I have with Aunt Benny is that Aunt Benny is a traditional doctor of the family or in the family.
And then ke mo ke thomileng go wa ra thuma je ka taba se thunya saka.
That's when I started getting more worried about my fire.
Ore se thunya se jero ka tseba gore se itšwe ka ge ba boya ba mpotsa gore bulletin wa se spodisa mo la ile re bile ka mo gona le charge ya murder ya se thunya ya motho ke sa mo tsebeng.
Because the firearm was taken away from me, and I did not know what happened to it thereafter. And the police were also saying that amongst the bullets, they found one bullet is not an official SAPS bullet. And on top of that, they were now telling me of charges relating to a person who was shot and was unknown to.
Ke ka boripana ka mphoko be ke nyoko bontsha charge ya Mothata.
That's in brief what I wanted to show regarding the charge of Mothata.
So, if I may ask, do you know when Mr. Mothata was murdered?
Engakutisha wa tseba na hore ngwana Mothata o bolaile neng?
Ke ngwagano.
Yes, it is this year.
How did you know?
Re be re tshwanetse re o Mani Beni a yo alafa di chiwana.
We were supposed to go to Aunt Benny's place so that she can heal often.
Ba re botsa gore a ka se tsene ka bua o sa shilafetse.
They told us that she cannot enter there because she is uncleansed,
Monna go thokofetse.
as her husband has passed.
That's when you started to know that she lost her husband.
Ke ka nako eo o thomileng go tseba gore o latlhegetswe ke monna.
ke ka nako ebile ke ka nako e ke thomile go tseba gore monna mane beny kwa ga mothata.
Yes, it was also at the time that I got to know that Aunt Jenny's husband is from or bears the same name, Mutata.
Your Worship, I can see it's 11 o'clock. I don't know how far you want to proceed.
I'm still
for a short
proceed. I will find from the state what is the position.
I think we should take a tea break.
A tea break.
That's the conversation. Until 6:15.
Right.
That's the conversation.
The court shall adjourn for tea and let's ensure
All right, I mean, I'm going to ditatofatso mo molatong wa bo 20 tsa gore mo matsatsing a di 30 ya go di 31 tsa kgwedi ya October ngwa 2019 re amogetse šomiša le go swara go ba go lena tšhelete e ka lekanago 100,000 tšhelete e leng gore be le tseba gabotse ba be le tshwanetse ba le tseba gore ke tšhelete e tšwago go mediro ya go se be molaong ba tšwela pele ba latofatšwa gore ka nako ka moka ge lena ba latofatšwa le dira se be le se dira ka morero o tee ana ge ba re morero o tee wa kwešiša gore ba ra gore
awa ke kwešiša.
no, I don't understand.
If I may ask, is there any act which relates to an amount of 100,000 rand that you might have received or give to accused number 1 or 2 that might have arisen from the previous policies that might have been paid to you, which the state alleges that you either made that or defrauded the insurances?
Ana o ka bona le tšhelete e le kana 100,000 ye wena o tseba mo ya moreti ba šomiša ba wa e fa molaotlhwatlhwa wa bobedi wa boraro tšhelete e leng gore e be e tšwa go dipatlele tša dipolisi dipolisi tše lefapha la botšhotšhisi le latofatšwa gore wena o patetše tšona ka baka la go bolaya bago le go manage dikampani tše tša di-insurance.
ga ke gopole.
No, I don't recall.
Now, should this matter comes before court for trial, how will you plead?
ge molato o ka ya tshekong o tlo ke fetolela ka gore
ba ge dikolo fees ke a kgona go mo lokela tšhelete gore a patelele baratho ba ge dikolo fees ka gore nna le technology ya mpalela.
Things like paying the fees, educational fees of her siblings, because myself, I'm not good with technology.
Same applies to accused number 2.
The same applies to accused number 2.
Ke a kgona gore ke tshwere tšhelete go na le ke tšekinya ka ntiela tšona ke mo romele yona.
I am able, when I have money, to send it to her so that she can do things for me that I, at the time, not able to.
Jwalo ka e le motho a phelang Gauteng kudu.
As she is a person who is based mostly in the Gauteng.
Ge o na le dilo tše ke nyaka nrekela ka Gauteng o tshwana di furniture le dilo tše le gore nako nngwe ke di aka tšona di business ke a kgona go mo romela tšhelete a nrekele tšona.
When I want to acquire things like furniture and other things for the operation of the business, I am able to send her money so that she can get them for me.
Ke a kgona go mo romela tšhelete ge šetše ke nyaka koloi ke motho wa go sepela di-auction.
I am able to send her money when I am looking to buy a motor vehicle, because she is a person who goes often to auction house.
Mara all in all di tšhelete re a romelana.
All in all, or in essence, we do send each other.
A ona ye le gore ke tseba e le ya bofora.
I don't know of any money that we send to each other that was acquired through fraudulently.
Ebile a ona ye ke mo romelang ka go itšhabiša.
And there is no money I send to her as a way of hiding or concealing it.
And should this matter goes to court, what then will be your plea?
Malato o ka tswela pelo ya setso ba o phara ka tla tsofatse o tlo ke fetolela ka gore
A ke ipone molato.
but I plead not guilty.
Worship count number 22. It is the same as count number 21. I'm just going to read the charge and ask the accused to tell the court that's how he will plead, because it's a pattern that can be answered in check number 21 without wasting court's time. The judge states as follows that you are guilty of contravention of Section 6, with Section 1 and 8 of the Prevention of Organized Crime, Act 121 of 1998, acquisition, the use or possession of property which is the proceeds of unlawful activity. In that, during the period 12-18 to 18 March 2020, and near Polokwane in the district of Capricorn, the accused did unlawfully and intentionally acquire, the use, possess property well knowing or where they ought to have known that the property to which monies amounted to approximately 975,000. And that the state will argue that you were furthering, or you had a common purpose with accused number 1 and 2 in the acquisition and the use or possession of the properties. You know any property that you might have acquired during from the 12th to the 18th of March 2020.
I take it you are saying at least 2 and 3, because said 1 and 2.
Yeah.
2 and 3.
2 and 3.
molato wa bo 22 tatofatso tša ona ke tšelatela gore o tloa letšatšing la di 12 tša March ya go tšatši la di 18 tša March ngwaga 2020 ana mo Polokwane seleteng sa Cape wena ka maikemišetšo le kgahlano le molao o ile wa amogela wa šomiša wa ba le tšhelete ye mo go wena tšhelete ye e leng gore e lekana 975,000 ya diranta tšhelete ye e leng gore o bo tseba gabotse goba o bo swantse ba o tsebe gore ke tšhelete ye e leng gore ke karolo ya mediro goba ke karolo ya go tšwa go mediro ya go ba kgatlhanong le molao ebile lefapha la botšhotšhisi le tšwela pele go latofatša goba le tonganga ka gore wena molatofatši wa bobedi le wa boraro ka dinako ka moka ge se se direga be le tšwetša pele morero o tee moemedi o ya go tseba gore o tlo ke fetolela ka gore
ke tlo iphetolela ka gore a ke na molato
I will plead not guilty.
Is there any explanation that you give for the purpose?
O na le tlhaloso yo nyaka mo efa gore ka baka la eng o tlo ke fetolela ka gore ga go pone molato
a ona tšhelete e ke ile ka e fumana ka bofora
there is no money that I received fraudulent
a ona property e ke e šomišang ka bofora unless ba
Do you mean fraudulent? Eh.
Azanga gihumana.
No, I never received.
Is there any monies that maybe you might have received that matches the amount that appears on this count?
Efela, ana gona le tšhelete eo kileng wa e amogela wa e hwetša e lekanang palo
Eh.
ye.
Where was the money from?
Tšhelete e bejwa
FNB.
FNB
And it was in respect of law.
e be le mabapi e be le ya eng tšhelete nkane FNB be yo o romela wa e o patela tšhelete.
We are accidental death cover.
It was for an accidental death cover.
Am I correct? If I say, was it in respect of count 1 of no?
Ke tabe ke bolela nnete na ge ke re tšhelete ye e be le ya accidental death cover ya mokgo molatong wa mathomo e beng Noko Sydney Monte.
Eh.
Yeah.
And then did you launder the money by depositing, say, into the account of accused number 2 and 3?
Ana wile wa phatlalatša tšhelete ka o e romela dibankeng tša molatofatšo wa bobedi wa boraro e le tsela ya go ikhutiša.
A se ke phatlalatše ke ikhutiša.
No, I did not launder. In other words, I did not deposit the money into the account as a way of concealing.
What might have been the reason?
Lebaka e be e leng la gore o e romele di bankeng tša bona.
E be le o share di responsibility.
The reason was to share responsibility.
Ka ke be ke šetše ke tlhalositše gore morwedi ya ka o gotše.
As I have already indicated that my daughter is an adult.
O be a le sekolong
She was at school.
gore a khumane tšhelete tshwantše ke mo transferele.
In order for her to have or receive money, I must transfer.
Le go nthuša ka tše ngwe tše ke tebe ke nyaka nthuša.
Also to make it possible for her to assist me with things I wanted her to assist me.
Accused number 2 ke tlhalositše gore ke motho wa phela Gauteng.
As for accused number 2, I explained that she's a person who spends most time in the Gauteng province.
Ene nna ke familia le Gauteng.
Whereas I'm not familiar with the Gauteng province.
Mara o be a kgona gore ga bona dilo tše di botse a mpotše.
However, she would always tell me when she sees nice or beautiful.
And then ke mo romele tšhelete a nrekele.
And I would send her money so that she can buy them for me.
And when this matter goes to court, how will you plead?
Molato ya pela gore ya tsheko o ya tsheko ba o latofatsa ka dikafatso tše o to ke fetolela ka gore
Nka se ipone molato.
I will not plead guilty.
We are now moving to count number 24. Release to section 6. Where with section 1 and 8 of the Prevention of Organized Crime Act 121/88 acquisition, use or possession of property which is the proceeds of a lawful activity. It states that, if I may read for you a new comment on that, that on the 13th of October 2022 near Polokwane in the district of Capricorn, the accused did unlawfully and intentionally acquire, use, or possess the property well knowing or where they ought to have known that the property to which monies amount to approximately 60,000 rand. Do you remember any amount that maybe you might have had during or not during on the 13th of October?
We are all Malatu 24, that for the Jawana, Gitawari, Wamoreti, or Pilite, Wabewa Shumisha, Washara Mowena, Telete, Eliga now 60,000 the rand. Where say, Sidragati and Aqua, which I think was 13 October 2022. Ana, Upola, Nakumene, Wukide, Wa Magala, Wa Sarachere Jelly.
Go Poli.
I don't remember.
And should this matter goes to court, how will you plead?
They will not go out on your table. Wow, Paragata for the jail, don't be for the lagawa.
Is that I keep on a malato?
I will say I did not give.
Count number 25, worship. Also involve section 4, read with section 1, and 8 of the Prevention of Organized Crime Act 121 of 1998. It's money laundering. The state alleges that on the 13th of October, and on near Polokwane, the district of Capricorn, the accused did unlawfully and intentionally, well knowing or where they ought to have known that the property to which monies amounted to approximately 200,000 rand were or formed part of the proceeds of unlawful activities to withdraw. And those monies were deposited in accused number 1 and 2's account, which then amounts to a common purpose.
Can I have the figure again?
200,000.
You wanted to comment on that?
Yes, I wanted to comment on as to whether he knew about any 200,000 rand that he received on this date, the 13th of October 2022.
Baram la 25 Malatu no ya kalita fatu gravity anakwa dikatin feeding la 13 October 2022 mo Polokwane wa kaso Polokwane splitting sa Capricorn mo ilongore wena o tseba ga botsi ba o swantse ba o tseba gore tšhelete le kana 200,000 ya rand ke tšhelete e lengore ke karolo ya tšhelete e tswang go mediro ya go ba kgatlhanong le molao e beng bosenyi ba bofora le ge o e bjalo wena wa tšea tšhelete ka bonnyane o e romela ka gara dibanka tša gago goba di-account tše dingwe tša gago tša dibanka go tloa mo wa iša wa e romela ka gara di-account tša dibanka tša molaotlhakwa bobedi lwa boraro ka o dira bjalo ya ba gore re tšwetša pele morero o tee bjale ke nyako tseba gore wena nakong ene o gopola o kile wa amogela tšhelete ya o lekana 200,000.
I ke gopole.
I don't remember that.
And should this matter go to court for trial, how will you plead?
Malatu ka FIFA tseko o tlo ke fetolela ka gore
Ka ora ke ipone molato.
I will plead not guilty.
Well, I should maybe if before we start on count number 26. I'm feeling somehow drowsy. If we may take a 5-minute break. It's very hot. Drowsy. Just 20 minutes. Okay.
The court shall adjourn now for 5 minutes. I mean, 12 o'clock or so will be coming back.
ana kwa letsatsing kgwedi la di-4 tša May kwa Sebokeng o ba kgauswi le Sebokeng seleting sa Sedibeng ka maikemišetšo kgahlanong le molao ba latofatšwa tseleng ya Forgeville wa mmileng wa Forgeville le tlhotše lehu la Stradom Raiders motho o mogolo wa senna ana Stradom Raiders wa motsebe
o mmona ga matho a ke mo tsebe
I have never laid eyes on him. I don't know him by sight.
How did you know him?
Motsibile.
ke be ke mo tseba e le boyfriend ya accused number 2.
I knew him to be accused number 2's boyfriend.
That is the only way in which you know him.
Ke yona tsela fela o mo tsebang ka yona.
le gore ba ba ile ba ta ba nyala
Also that his family once came to marry.
Do you perhaps know the date as to when that marriage took place?
O ka ba o tseba gore na lenyalo le bue le diragetseng
somewhere ka 2016 mara a ke sa le sure ka dikgwedi 2016 o ya mafelelong ke ngwaga a ke sa uba sure mara somewhere ana mole
around 2016 towards the end. Actually I'm not even sure of the year, but somewhere around that time.
And what the state is saying, it's saying you might not have known straight off, but you plan straight on death with accused number 2, as you will see as we progress. That's your comment.
Lefapha la botšhotšhisi le re ba no go sa motsebe straight ka matlho o sa motsebe e fela o ile wa rera le o rulaganya polao ya gage straight wena o re
a ke di tsebe tatofatšo tšeo ke a di gana
I know nothing about those allegations. I dispute.
And how will you plead to the mental health court?
Re molato ka ya gorong o sekwa o tlo ke fetolela ka gore
gore a ke ipone molato
I'll plead by saying I'm not wrong.
On count number 27, the state is that you claimed a policy of about 1,500,000 from the FNB Life for unnatural death of Stradom Raiders, claiming to be the spouse, which FNB Life rejected the claim. Count 27, the state prosecutor is indicating that is for count number 2, but it's a continuation of from 26. Your Worship, we then go to to money laundering case, that is count 7, 8, 29, 30. That is money laundering. Yeah, we count 30 because those are the charges which were added on Wednesday. It involves accused number 1 on the basis that it's a money laundering. Count 8. Yes, count 8 proceeding. Yes. Is that during June to July 2018-19, an actor near Polokwane in the district of Capricorn, the accused did unlawfully and intentionally, well knowing and aware they ought to have known that the property to which monies amounting to approximately 274,000 rand were or formed part of the proceeds of unlawful activities, to wit, thereby accused number 2 deposited a portion of cash submitted to the person in its office. So you are saying if this matter goes to court, how are you going to plead?
Ore molato o ka tswela pele wa ya forong o tlo ke fetolela ka ore
a ke ipone molato.
I did not give.
Count 3-1 in our sheet. It relates to the murder of one Gordon Orateng Asikamu, if I'm correct. That on the 6th of June 2020, at Onia Maclare King village in the district of Sikukune, the accused it unlawfully and intentionally caused the death of Gordon Orateng Asikamu, an adult male person. Do you know Gordon Orateng?
Malatua the 20 that for Jawana get Polao or Braille Gordon Orateng Asikamu that for the Vitauri kama ikimishe jubile khafano le molao khuti le khola Gordon Orateng Asikamu kwa motsin wa Mave Rekeng splitting sa stufu mokgo ba re ke Gordon Orateng Asikamu wa motse
Ke a mo tseba.
Yes, I know it.
How do you know it?
Motse ba
Ke mo tseba ile ena e be le boyfriend ya accused number 2.
He was also the boyfriend of accused number 2.
Was the boyfriend before or after Strelo?
Even boyfriend pele Arab Stadium waka morao
A morao.
after.
And, do you know how he died?
Ana wa tsiba hore o tlhokofetse.
Ke a tseba.
Yes, I do.
Can you tell the court how Gordon Orateng died?
O ka botsa gore yo Gordon Orateng o tlhokofetse.
Ke boditse gore ba kumana swele maoto ka monto.
I was told that they found that his legs were bent inside the house.
Then who told you about it?
Ke manga o jengata.
Ke ena accused number 2.
It is accused number 2.
The state will say that they will aver that you planned the murder of Gordon Orateng Asikamu together with accused number 2. How did you explain this allegation?
El Fabala, which is le so nganga gore o rula nje le go la yo Gordon Orateng ga mmogo le molaofatso wa bobedi wena o ka tlhalosa o reng ka ditatofatso.
Ke tla dira neja.
I will dispute that.
Perhaps you can tell the court why you say so.
Ntlhomo ka botsa gore ore ke ka baka la eng gore
Na ona ka mkhogile ka plana le hola o rate ka gona.
I in no way planned the death of Orateng.
Le gana mowe ba reng o tlhokofaletse gona ka o tsebe.
Even
Ke sa o tsebe.
the place where they are saying he passed away or died at, I did not know it.
A ke tsebe sele gore o dia itseng prio le hola o rate.
I don't know what happened prior to Orateng's death.
And have you ever met the deceased?
Mokile wa kopana le ena mo.
Eh,
Yeah.
When did you make the decision?
Guy,
ana kwa gae moletši
they're at home in Malaysia.
And it was in which year or which month?
Even Gama Mufua Fredif.
na ke sa gopola relationship ya bona ke ya neng
I do
mara
not-
ke ile ka mo meeta o ratela
I don't remember as to when was their relationship, but I did meet Urateng some.
Do you attend the funeral? Your sister?
We were only Cecil.
aowa
No,
And did your sister inform you as to whether Gordon was shot or not?
and I now get a right Cecil your Gordon who now the police judge children.
aowa
No,
Your Worship, it seems that this is the last, just going to round up Rachel, you know that you are asking the court to release you on bail, is that correct?
ee
well, was ever girl who fell for you or you will pull the gavel?
ee go jwale
Yes, that is correct.
If the court releases you on bail, you'll be able to attend your trial.
Eu gadra or horo eu nukula kabe utoko na utaho seka mlatua.
ee ke tlo kgona
Yes, I will be able.
And again, if the court releases you on bail, will you interfere with the state witnesses?
Gape eu gadra or horo eu nukula kabe ana uko tsenyana le ditsatsi tse lefapha la botšhotšhisi le ka nyakang go di bitša.
aowa
No,
And do you know any state witness in all these murder charges?
go di melato e ka moka o latlhotswa ka yona ya polao ditlhatsi tse lefapha la botšhotšhisi le ka di bitšago wa di tseba.
aowa
No,
What other reasons can you tell the court to release you on bail?
ke ya mafe mabaka a mangwe a o ka botšago kgoro ye go direla gore e o lokolole ka bail.
ke šomišane le bona go toga go tshwareng ga ka goba go to fitlha gane jalo
I cooperated with them since my arrest until now.
ke tsebile gore ke a nyakišišwa a senke ke le ka go tšhaba goba go thapelela dinyakišišo
I became aware or knew that I was under investigation, and I never attempted to interfere with the investigation or to obstruct the investigation.
ke modudi wa mo Polokwane khotho e ka a se kgole le nna nka kgona go attenda nako ngwe le ngwe ba nnyakang
I'm a resident of Polokwane, and this court is not far from where I reside, so the court won't be looking for.
and then ke na le bana ba bannyane ba ba sa nyakang tlhokomelo ya ka
I have young children who still need my care.
ene ke motho wa phelang ka bolwetse ba swikiri
I am a person who suffers from diabetes.
tse e le gore e na le go nyaka dijo tse di special
That is an illness that requires a special diet.
ke ya mangwe a mabaka nka kgopela gore gore a nlokolole ke seke molato o ke le ka ntle
Those are some of the other reasons the court should know in order to release me on bail. or to release me to the outside.
If the court releases you on bail and puts some conditions, will you be able to respect and attest to those conditions?
Tayo kadra horo I just professor ulukula ka bail fela I uviele menlo anu waritai te usanjuli latrela wa me uto latrela lo wa mela tayo ji we wa menlo
kideli late.
If the court releases you on bail and says that you must report at least once or twice a week at the nearest police station, which nearest police station will be able to report respondent.
Koreka ulukula ka bail fela ya via tayo ya gore bati wa abedi mo beke uye u ke tibisho wa go bona gaja police station ya house ke police station e fie o ka khonang o kisha o yona ya le ka tayo ya go
SABC Madlala.
SABC Madlala.
And if you are released on bail, will you endanger the safety of the criminal justice system?
O ka lokulwa ka bail ana o ka be ya kotsing tsipidisho ya go sekisha o ba go lebantsha o ba o lwisha bosenyi.
Awo.
No.
And in your evidence in chief, you stated that your last born is 3 years old. Am I correct?
O botlatsi o fa mo o boletse taba gore ngwana wa mafelo na le mongwe mera ke nnete.
Ke nnete.
That is
Who is looking after the child at the moment?
ka se sebaka ke mang a tlhokometseng
Ke molekane wa ka le di siblings tša ka godimo gare.
my partner or spouse and child siblings who are older.
By the way, is your spouse or your husband employed, working, I would say?
Etsi molekane wa gago wa bereka wa o thotse bjale ka mmereki.
Wa sure.
Is employed. Works.
What is he doing?
O bereka o dile.
Ke morutiši.
He is an educator.
Should perhaps know the weaknesses at the later stage while you are released on bail. Will you interfere with those state weaknesses?
O ka direga gore o re mola o lokolotswe o feleletse o tseba ditlhatsi tse e leng gore lefapha la botšhotšhisi le ka di bitša go fa botlhatsi molatong o tlo tshwenyana le tlhatsi tse.
Awa.
No.
And do you have any assets, perhaps? And if you have them, what is the value of those assets?
O ne phahlo wa thuto e leng gore e na le boleng ge e le gore thuto wa phahlo e ona o ka re botša theko ba boleng ba phahlo e.
Ke na le ntlo ya metsemagae a ke tsebe gore ge o ka re wa e rekiša ka ba bokae a ke tsebe di-value tša dintlo tša metsemagae.
I have a house which is built on traditional land owned by the local traditional council. I don't know how much or the value of the house if it were to be sold.
Ke plus minus 10 roomed house.
It has plus minus 10 rooms.
Ke na le Toyota Cressida ya station Hogan.
I have a motor vehicle, make is a Toyota, model is a Cressida, the model one.
1979,
It's a 1979.
it got worth
It's a station
15,000.
wagon, and it could be worth 15,000.
Kinale Toyota Land Cruise
I have a Toyota Land Cruiser,
2010 model.
the 2010 model.
It got worth about 90,000.
Could be about 90,000 rand worth.
And I get a guess in the Jampalawak.
You are referring to my assets and not my husband.
Both,
And Nale Toyota VVTI.
We have a Toyota, which is a VVTI.
You know, with less than 100,000. 2010 model.
It's an old model, 2010 model. It could be worth less than 100,000.
And do you have assets maybe outside the borders of the Republic?
And now governor le part of 2 years wa le boleng ye leng hore in Ghana ya Africa Borwa ka sesime.
No, our.
No.
And you initially indicated that you don't have a passport, am I correct?
Kwa pele mo boletse taba ya passport a rona.
Our, can I?
Correct, I don't have.
So maybe should you be released on the how much can you afford?
O ka dira hore o dumellwe o ka seka molato o ikantse ka bail o ka kgona go fihlella o patela bokae?
Nka gona 5,000 rand.
5,000.
Is there any, do you have any assets either movable or removable that are not registered?
Ana o na le diphatlo e ka ba phatlo e leng hore e kgona ho shutishwa go ba phatlo e leng hore ke sebopego sa yona ke moago a e shoot tše e leng hore a di a ngwadiswa maemeng a gago.
Yeah.
Yes.
Can you tell the court what are those assets?
O ka botsa kgoro hore thuto ba phatlo e o keng.
Yona Toyota Land Cruiser sengwadiswe mo maineng a ka.
The Toyota Land Cruiser is not registered in my name.
And then o na le Range Rover le yona sengwadiswe mo maineng a ka.
There was also a Range Rover not registered in my name.
What is the value of that Range Rover?
Range Rover yona theko ba boleng ba yona.
E ka ba 120,000. Model wa kgale.
It's an old model. It could be around 120,000 rand.
Can you perhaps tell the court why those assets are not registered in your names?
Ana o ka botsa gore o ka ba kala eng sa matshwa maina.
Sale ke roma accused number 2 for ya direke auction. After directly auction ra tsena ka ra COVID. And then o to ka ra COVID azanga re sa boelela go change ownership.
I had since sent accused number 2 to go and buy these vehicles at an auction. And shortly thereafter, we entered the era of COVID-19. And since then, we did not change the ownership.
So from the charges that I have taken you through, up until charge number 51, you tell the court whether the state has a strong case against you or not.
Well, umela dwe ditatofatso tsa ona tse ke go beke go thusa go fahlela mo pela kgoro ka tsona ya mathomo ba fitlhela ya go 31 e leng gore di ama wena ana wena o ka botsa gore ge o lebeletse lefapha la bothutšhisi le ne botlhatsi bo botile goba aowa kgatlhanong le wena?
Now we are going to go right now, but that's what we deal in.
According to me, the court does not have strong evidence against it. That's why I am intended on going for trial.
And, Your Worship, that is all in respect of the accused number 1.
It's evidence in chief.
It's evidence in chief, Your Worship. That's the court basis.
Emisha namoga utereza
Accused, I will now afford the state an opportunity to cross-examine you on the evidence that you so far have.
Kasa sebaka ke tlo fa mothusi sebaka sa o tlhaba ka dipotšišo godimo ga bohlatsi bo o file o fitela ka se seo
Listen to the question and then you answer.
o tšheletša potšišo wa fa karabo
You understand?
wa kwešiša I understand.
As a conscious. Now, ma'am, you indicated when you started with your evidence in chief that you are a police servant. So,
mme o boletše mo ge o thoma ka o fa bohlatsi gore wena o lephodisa maemo ao ka sephodiseng ke a bosatše. Yes, that is.
and you said you have been a police officer since 2006. Is that correct?
Wa bolela le gore o sa lo e ba lephodisa go tloga ka 2006. That is.
And perhaps what you did not put on record is that which unit of the police are you attached to, where you are now placed in Senwabarwana?
Motho mongwe a se wa tšweletša o kgoro ye gore wena ka mo sephodiseng o šomela ka lefapeng le lefe la sephodisa ka ge o beilwe o šoma kwa Senwabarwana. Do you want the unit I am working in at Senwabarwana or other units throughout my police career?
Let's bring it to Senwabarwana, where you were the time when you were arrested. What unit were you attached to?
Are tliše go kwa Senwabarwana mo o swere o le gona gore ge o le kwa Senwabarwana o bo bereka lefapeng lefe la sephodisa?
Community Service Center.
Community Service Center.
My lord, I attended the complaint.
Where my duties are to attend to complaints
Law effected the arrest.
and effect arrests.
And the jurisdiction of this police station where you are at, that's Senwabarwana, does not cover the Seshego area and does not cover Western Cape area, is that not so?
Bjale, vague ya Senwabarwana, SAPS Senwabarwana. A ya akaretše Seshego le Western. Correct.
Right. Now, one can easily assume you are an experienced policewoman, having been with the police force since 2006.
Motho ge a lebeletše taba ya gore e sa le o thoma go ba mosadi wa lephodisa go tloga ka 2006 o motho e leng gore o na le maitemogelo a mantši ka mo sephodiseng. That is.
And as an experienced police officer, when you attend to crime scenes, you would be required to put in a statement of what you found when you attended to the crime scenes. Not so?
Bjale ka lephodisa la go ba le maitemogelo a go tsenelela ba mantši ge o ile sceneng o tshwanetse gore o gatiše statement sa gore ke eng se o se kgweditše kwa scene. That is
More so when you attend such scenes cleared in police uniform and driving a state vehicle. Not so?
kudu ge o ya lefelong la tiragalo o apere uniform o felelela ebile o otlela sefatanaga sa sepodisi. That is.
The reason I'm asking you this is because you indicated that you attended one scene where your aunt was burned in a shack. And I did not hear you say there that you filed any statement in any police docket with regards to that incident. Remember that?
Lebaka la gore go botšiše dipotso tše ke ka baka la gore ke kwile ge o ifa bohlatsi mo o re o ile wa ya lefelong la tiragalo mo e leng gore rakgadi o be a fišeditšwe ka gara mokhukhu e fela a se ka o kwa o bolela selo ka taba ya gore o rile o hwetša se o se hwetšago kwa wa gatiša statement mabapi le se o se bone wa o se hweditše kwa.
Nna ke be ke se ke kwa as a member o ba meditše go tlo attenda scene.
I did not go there as a member who was called to attend to the scene.
It's fine. But you're the first police officer on the scene?
Uluki. E be le wena lepodisa la mathomo fihla kwa lefelong la tiragalo. That is so.
Now, let's move. The charges you face, you've already been told that they fall within Schedule 6 of the Criminal Procedure Act, right?
Di tatofatso wa melato ye wena o lebaneng le yone o šetše o boditšwe gore e wela ka lesakeng ba legorong la botshela ge o lebeletšwe mananeo a bosenyi go ya le ka molao wa o laola tshepedišo ya tsheko ya melato ya bosenyi. That is so.
And as an experienced police officer, you know that you have to show exceptional circumstances that warrant your release. Not so?
Bjale ka lepodisa la o ba le maitemogelo ka mo sepodising wa tseba gore ge motho a lebane le melato ya go tshwana le o tshwanetse go bontšha gore o na le mabaka ao a ikgethilego a ka kgatlhaotšo ka gore a lokololwe ka pele. Again, that is.
Now let's take you to the reasons why you want to be released.
Bene, a re go mabaka a e leng gore wena wa tšweleditše bjale ka mabaka a e leng gore o nyaka kgoro e a lebelele go lokolola ka pele.
One is that you cooperated with the police since your arrest.
Sa mathomo ko gore o šomišane le bona maphodisa go tloa nako e ba o swara.
You think that is a exceptional circumstance?
That is so. O nagana gore le o lebaka ke lebaka le le kgethilego gore motho a ka lokololwa ka pele. Yes, I think so.
And this cooperation that you did with the police, what does it entail? What did you do?
Ge o re o šomišane le bona maphodisa
young child has appropriate parental care because the father is there, not so.
Se se ra gore ngwana o khwetsa tlhokomelo ya maleba ya botswadi ka gore papa yo
for matšatši a leng gona.
yes, for the days that he's at home.
And even when you were outside, you would go to work, but this child will still be cared for, not so.
Le wena ke re ge o se ka kgolegong o bo ya mmerekong ngwana no šala tlhokomelo.
Ba šala di-daycare center.
They remain at the daycare center.
That's very important. You did not tell us earlier, because I would have asked, did at any stage, following your incarceration, terminate the daycare contract that you had with this child?
Tla go fetsa mo ibela ke botlhokwa go ka enke o ile wa itweletsa ka nako wena o ifa botlhokwa le ke tla be ke botsisitse ka gore wena o re bana ba chala daycare ana mola o swarwa ana kwano ye o lebenayo le ba daycare le ifedisitse na.
Now, in simple terms, was the child taken out of the daycare because you were incarcerated?
We bia ka polelo e bonolo ngwano mola wena o swara ana o ile a emiswa ba ntshiwa ka daycare.
Aw.
No.
Right. So, if your husband's leave days were to end, your child will still be at the daycare.
Se se ra gore ge monna wa fella ke matšatši a dife a swanela go boela mmereko ngwana o tlo šala ka fase a tlhokomelo ya ba daycare a go bjang
Ka ba bolela ba re ya daycare ge ba tšhaiša thapama mogala ba ka o dula di-quarterseng.
as you are saying that they will remain in the care of the daycare after daycare they won't be in daycare because my husband resides at the quarters of a rental place.
Okay, let's give the court a clear picture now. Your husband does not stay at home, but he stays at the quarters when he's at work. Is that what you're saying?
A re fe kgoro e se bope o gabotse mogalabe wa gago ge a le mmereko a boe gae tšatši ka tšatši o dula di-quarters.
Jwang.
That is how it is.
And you, as a police woman as well, who's waiting for the CSC, you would work day shift, you would work night shift. Not so?
Wena bjale ka mosala diphodisa ge o immerekong go tlo ba le nako mo e leng gore o bereka shift ya motshegare a ba le nako mo e leng gore o bereka shift ya bošima o bjang.
O jwang.
That is.
And during that time, your husband would still be at the quarters.
Ka nako eo mogala ba o tla ba a sa le yana kwa di-quarters.
Ge ke tsena night shift o boya gae.
When I work night shift, he comes home.
So it's not far from where he works that he cannot come home and look after the child. He's also incarcerated. Not so.
Se se ra gore kwa dula mona di-quarterseng a se kgole le gae ke sona se se dirang gore o ra gore a ka kgona go ka boya gae a ba le bana ge bona o ka kgolego.
Ke gole le go ya le ka diloko tse ba tšhaišang ka tšona.
It is far also taking into account their knocking off time.
And what time do educators knock off?
Ba rutiši ba tšhaiša nako.
Ba tšhaiša ka 4 ba ba le di-afternoon studies ba tšhaiša ka 9.
They knock off at 4 and have afternoon studies where they will knock off or finish at 9.
And that would not have prevented him to come back home when you're doing night shifts. Is that not so?
Kana go no bereka night shift. A tšhaiša ka 4 a ba le di afternoon study a tšhaiša ka 9. Seo be sa mo palediše gore a boe gae a be le bana.
Go ba le di-arrangements ge ke tsena di-night o dia di-arrangements from mmerekong.
When I am working night shift, he makes arrangements at work so that he can come home.
He will make arrangements for this child now. You are incarcerated.
Orare, ani bjalo ka kgolego. O tlo dira di-arrangements like piakanyo tšana tše gore a kgone go ya gae ya tšhaisa.
You, unless you want to comment.
ntle le go nya go fahlela mabapi le se ke fetsa mo se bolela.
No, ge kgoro e re yang.
If the court says so.
Thank you. The
Yes, you can comment.
Kgoro e re fahlela.
The court says so.
as the court says.
Kgoro e re fahlela.
Ge kgoro e re di-arrangement di ka dio gore a re o tla ya dia di-arrangement.
Yeah, if the court is saying the arrangements he can make arrangements, then he will go and make arrangements.
And it's easy to make those arrangements because he has been making them before.
Ora o bonolo o dira dipeakanyo tse go ba di-arrangements o kare a se ntho e ntshwa wena o ba ntša di dira le pele.
E ka se ba ntho e bonolo ka gore le matšatši a tla tshwanela gore a oketšwe ra gore totally a sa tshwanetse gore a yo attenda di-night studies ka gore di tlo ba ke se gona total.
It won't be that easy because it means the days on which he must make arrangements will increase. In actual fact, it will mean he must totally stop attending to afternoon studies because I won't be there, I'll be in custody.
You reside in Hamatala and work in Senwabarwana.
Udula Matala, Ubereka Senwabarwana.
O jwang.
That is.
My estimation is that is plus minus 8 kilometers away.
Eki akanya mokgole marengadi mafilo a mabedi ikaba di kilometers tse 8.
Is that correct?
O jwang.
That is correct.
So you also working but staying at home, traveling to work.
Wena o bereka o dula gae o ya mmereko ntšatši ka tšatši.
O jwang.
That is.
Right. Now let's move. The issue of you suffering from diabetes. Don't you have medication for this diabetes?
A re atele pele sabe o e boletseng ya gore o na le bolwetse ba sukiri ana a ona ditlhare tša go oka bolwetse bo?
Ke na le tšona.
I have.
When you were arrested and detained by the police, as you said, Captain Mabuta, did you not alert them that you've got medication that you take so that they can make arrangements that the medication follows you?
Ge o swarwa ebile o golegwa ka ge wena o boletse gore ke Captain Mabuta ana a se wa ba tsebiša gore o na le bolwetse ba sukiri gore ditlhare di kgona go latela?
Ke ba boditše.
I told you.
Now, you have them in custody. This
O na le
medication
tšona
that you use.
o na le tšona ditlhare tse o le ka kgolegwa.
Ee, go jwang.
Yes, that is.
So it's not that it's necessary for you to go out to get medication because the medication will come. Is that not so?
Se se ra gore a se go botlhokwa gore o ntshiwe ka kgolegong go kgona go lata ditlhare. Ditlhare tse no ba gona ke.
Ditlhare di gona ke be ke lebeletse taba ya diet ya sukiri.
The medication is there. However, I was taking into consideration the diet for someone who's diabetic.
All right. You've got a special diet that you need to take.
O ja dijo tse di ikgethileng.
Ee, go na le dijo tse ikgethile tse e le gore ke a dija.
Yes, there's a special diet that I eat.
And this is as per the recommendation of the dietitian. Is that so?
Se we dijo tse we o shala promo dija e be le ka šišinyo ya go tswa go ngaka ye e lebelelago ka mokgwa motho a swantse o ja dijo ka ona.
Ya general practitioner, not dietitian.
It was the recommendation of the general practitioner and not the dietitian.
Right. And you alerted the present authorities that you actually have a special diet as per the recommendation of your general practitioner when you were admitted into detention. Is that not so?
O amogelwa ka kgolegong o tsebišitše ba go laola gana mo o beilwe ngwana kgolegong gore nna go na le dijo tse di ikgethilego tse ke di jago go ya le ka šišinyo ya go tšwa go ngaka ya go alafa malwetse ka kakaretšo.
Ee, ke ba boditše.
Yes.
All right. And are they meeting those requirements or they're failing? What is the
Ba
problem?
fitlhelela dinyakwa go ya le ka dijo tse di ikgethilego tse o swantse o di ja go ba bapa.
Ke ba palela.
They are failing.
Is there anything else that your lawyers, the advocate, and the attorney did in communication with the present authorities of the diet that you need to be given whilst you're in detention?
Ana o na le se boramolao wa se dirilego na ga mmogo le ba lao kwa o be le ngwana kgolego gore o kgona go fitlhelelwa dinyakwa go ya le ka dijo tse di ikgethile.
Simply put, did you alert them so that they can engage?
O e bea bonolo a na o ile wa ba tsebiša gore gape a ke ise ka mokgwa ke tshwanetse o ya le ka šišinyong ya ngaka yaka gore ba kgone go tšea magato.
No,
I did not.
Right. You will alert them right now when you consult with them.
Le ba le poledišano tla ba tsebiša.
All right.
Okay.
So that they know what to do. They can take steps to assist your condition.
Ba le ka bona molao ba tsebe gore ba tshwanetse ba direng o ba tsebiša gao o tla ba o direla gore ba kgone go tšea magato.
Your Worship, I see it's just 5 minutes to 1. Perhaps we should adjourn now so that when we come back, we can then continue with cross-examination. With the view of the court.
Re tlo emiša meralo ya matine re tla tšwela pele ka iri ya bobedi montsiari.
Accused number 1 may proceed to the witness stand. Accused number 1, Rachel Kutumela, you are warned that you are still under oath. When the court adjourned for lunch, you were still subjected to cross-examination by the state.
Mafazo mafazo Rachel Kutumela wa lemushoga duru salega kasera kanoli wikeri erchalari emisha sa Senwabarwana kuchishu.
The state, you may now proceed.
As the court is. Now, ma'am, when we adjourned, which already covered the issue with regards to the young children, you remember that?
With the emisha mo the secretary facilitate travela ya wana wa banyane so yes I do.
We had already covered the issue with regards to your ailment.
The secretary facilitate travela ulwezi wa yes I do.
And also the issue that your understanding of cooperation is that you just allow the police to do what they're supposed to do in effecting arrest. Remember?
We are going now. We will be commission on the police. We are military police. But the Merwabana was police. Yes, that is.
Now, let's take it back to the assets. You've indicated that the assets that are registered in your name and some assets are not registered in your name. You remember that?
Are you bato watutu ye ubuletika yona ubuletika ba reteni cha pato wali tutu adia mwadishwa mining a jedi di mining that is so.
Now the assets that you say are not registered in your name is because at some point in time we had COVID in 2020. And that is the reason why, up until today, such assets are not registered in your name. Is that it?
Le bagala o file o laure e ka bagala eng tse di sa ngwadishwa maeneng a gago di sa ngwadishwa o boletse taba gore ka morago gore di rekwe re le ra tsena nakong ela ya COVID ke sona se se dirang gore le o fitlhelane bjale e bane gore ga di so ngwadishwe maeneng a gago le e le gore ke tjaga
ke le lengwe la mabaka.
that is some part of the reason.
But let's start with this reason, as you've already mentioned in court. That is COVID, the reason why such assets were not registered in your name.
After Magalele Bagale, le shitio ba le palisitse ke COVID gore di ngwadiswe mining aga.
And you said this relates to a Land Rover and a Land Cruiser motor vehicle.
Gore batho tse re bolelang ka tsona mo ke dikoloi even Land Rover le Land Cruiser.
Range Rover
le
Land Cruiser.
And the Land Cruiser.
And you said, how did you attain these assets, the Range Rover and the Land Cruiser?
O di khweditse bjang koloi tse Range Rover le Land Cruiser.
Ke di reketse ke se sia ka ko auction.
My sister bought them for me at an auction.
Now let's clarify that. She bought them for you as presents, or you sent her money to go to the auction and buy them for you?
Well, I can't say that. O reketse tsona yena bjale ka dimpho goba wena mo rometse tšhelete gore a di reke legatong la gago kwa auction.
Ke mo rometse tšhelete gore a di reke.
I sent her money to go and buy.
Right. Let's start with the Range Rover. How much did you send your sister, accused number 2, to buy this Range Rover motor vehicle for you?
Artomega ya Range Rover. O mo rometse bokae ngwana ge no gore a o rekele Range Rover.
Plus minus 250,000.
Plus minus 250,000.
And if you still remember, around which year and what month did you send her this money so she can purchase this vehicle.
Then o sa gopola e ka ba e be le ka ngwao mofi kgwedi e fiso ge o mo romela tšhelete eo re a reke Range Rover.
E be le ka 2020 around March, April.
It was in the year 2020, around the month March or April, if I remember well.
All right. And where did you get this huge sum of money, 250,000, as a police officer?
Chereteka enchika mkho uyifundile kai ule police.
Ke be go fumane tšhelete ya di-claim ya claim.
I had received money from the claim.
Is this the insurance payout?
Ke chelete ya ho patala ke insurance.
Hold on.
That is.
And does that relate to the accidental policy cover or the funeral policy cover?
Chelete eo e be le mabapi le policy ya poloko, funeral cover, over policy ya lekhole le gore le tsa ka mokgwa le gore a se wa tshaoba kotsi.
E be le accidental.
It was
policy cover.
Accidental cover.
And who was the covered deceased person on that cover?
Mokhuyo e le gore o be a coverilwe ke policy e be le ma.
E be le Noko Sydney Monja.
It was Noko Sydney Monja.
Right. And this vehicle, this monies, once you received them as insurance payout, you then transfer them to account number 2 to purchase a vehicle for you. Is that what you're saying to us?
It was no question charity. We lay wa rumela banking wa accounting ya banka ya mna fatwa bobedi uraya o rekele koloi.
Ojwa.
That is so.
And this vehicle was for the purposes of benefiting you, right?
Koloi ye e be rekwa gore e khole wena.
E khole nna.
Yeah.
Right. And this 250,000 that you spend on yourself is less than the amount that you used to cover the funeral costs of the deceased. You agree?
Well, currently, they are looking at 250,000 rand. Fita, you won't get charity when now we finish you records yourself. If Fita Yela, when now we finish you Uluka. That is
right. Let's talk about the Land Cruiser now. Let's talk about the Land Cruiser. When was this vehicle Land Cruiser purchased?
Same day the Range Rover.
The same day with the Range Rover.
This also from the monies or the benefits from the insurance payout of the deceased noble.
Leona, irregular ki chelete ye ipatichu ki insurance ye being nukuwa machumoyo. That is.
And is this over and above the 250,000 that you transferred? You transferred another money for her to buy this Land Cruiser. Accused number 2.
Well, charity yaureka Land Cruiser. Urumeti ye ngwachelete odimwa yela ya 250,000 yo urumeti urekwe Range Rover.
Girumeti.
Yes, I transferred another amount.
How much did you transfer?
Urumeti bukai
for the purchase of this Land Cruiser vehicle.
Urekwe kuloi ya Land Cruiser.
Plus minus 250,000.
Plus or minus 250,000.
Also in 2020, so in the same day as the first vehicle was bought, also the second vehicle was bought.
ka tšatši le letee le o rekilweng ka lona Range Rover le Land Cruiser e rekilwe ka lona. That is so.
As it stands now, since 2020, on whose names are these two vehicles registered under?
Well, early more ka se sebaka. Go tloa ka ngwaga 2020 mo la koloi tše koloi tše di maeneng a mang.
Di maeneng a accused number 2.
They are registered in the name of accused number 2. So COVID did not frustrate her from registering the vehicles into her name. It's only into your name where the frustration came.
Lubalela COVID, asi la shitela na ho mwadisha dikoloi tse maeneng a ga le shitetse wena fela.
Na wa ya le ka mogwa a ntshalosetseng ka ona go re go reka koloi ko auctioning e tswa register le ka wena o ipitana wena we a ke tsore go bita go batho di amara o reka koloi auctioning e tswa ka maina a wena o lengana mo auctioning we reka a se a dingwadishi ka o frustrated ke COVID.
According to what I understand from what he told me was that the motor vehicles that are bought on auction are registered in the names of the person who placed the bid to purchase the motor vehicle. Now, COVID, or she was not frustrated by COVID to register them in her name. That is why they were in her name, that she was the bidder.
Before you proceed, can you clarify which sister she's talking about? Like one of the sisters.
As the court pleases. Now, perhaps let's deal with the question that the court has raised. And you'll correct me if I'm wrong. You've indicated that this month, the 250,000 rand 2020 against the 250,000 rand insurance payouts, you transferred them to accused number 2, your sister.
Well, charity uringi patijiki insurance. We rumeti who wanare no wa sisiao mulafatwa ube. That is.
And she's the one on whose name these vehicles are still registered since 2020 to date.
Even here now we don't want to go to my name. Utwaka maono wa 2020 ufitela kasesibaka. That is.
So this insurance payout benefited you and benefited your sister, who now owns 2 vehicles, Range Rover and a Land Cruiser.
But the policy insurance. They put you in Leo Manave, Wenore, Casasabaka, Kimumani Kulu, paid, even Range Rover, the Land Cruiser. That is not.
Now, just out of curiosity, how long did it take to transfer these monies into accused number 2's account after you have received them from the insurance?
I don't know what they were fellow. What you're not going to Utwanako, ye no more charity party to Chona, the Amoeticati banking, the accountant bank, or Urumene charity, why my charity will Manade no not for job.
I go Polagan about 2 to 3 days.
If I recall well, it might have taken 2 to 3 days.
It's not the same day, because that's what I want to put to you, that it actually was the same day.
I see Chajila Nale, it's a new canon actually. Karina, Kinto Kinakamu, which I own now. I would do the loads and actually with Chajila Nale, we are watching to make you that for job.
I go.
I do not.
And you can't dispute.
Yes, I can't dispute because I don't recall.
And you said when you are still arranging your own marriage ceremony or a ceremony, you also receive plus minus 250,000 from accused number 2.
Muleti la waore kana kwewe na usadra lipiaganyo cha mukiti walinyalo ya kampo mwemedi ule chukawa uamogeti chelete ya ulikana wayawa anakuwa 250,000.
Awa, asingeke amweli 250.
No, I did not receive 250.
Let's get clarity there. How much did you receive from her? Accused number 2 when you were arranging the ceremony, wedding ceremony.
Ari takisha kabutse ori uamogeti ukaye utwa wena kana kwe udalipiaganyo cha mukiti
Plus minus 50,000.
Plus minus 50,000.
And this monies, you received them post the death of the boyfriend, Mr. Stradum Reuters.
Charity. Umejuju na wadiamo era kamrao ha lefu la boyfriend even Morena Stradum Reuters again.
Yes,
he already passed.
And you would not dispute if I tell you that also those are proceeds of insurance benefits.
Even though Kasrane Jinga which our charity and Urumeting on a 50,000. Kitcherete Yabuchwa who departed Jai insurance. I will dispute because I don't know.
All right. Whilst we're still dealing with the deceased, Mr. Stradum Reuters, you said you know him as a boyfriend who at some point in time came to marry your sister, accused number 2. Remember that?
That is a motor in Yamrena Stradum Reuters. Who would let you more Umuziva Vega boyfriend, they are Manavenu, if the owner Lena, who might worry, Vagaboba Kilebata. Nyala manare nula tufutoli. That is true.
And were you party to this marriage? Between now your sister, accused number 2, and this deceased Mr. Stradum Reuters.
We Carulo ya lenyalo le dirwa waile verwa maringa yo manage nenge mlatfatwa bubedi li mohu Morena Stradum Reuters. Yes, I was present.
And what was your role?
When I Carulo what my continue give. I was the one who was writing.
Explain to us, what is it that you're writing?
I am the one who was drafting the Lobola letter.
So it was a traditional customary marriage?
Oh, Beva Nalagasi. Yeah.
And this Mr. Reuters is a white guy?
Morena Reuters Kilo. I don't know whether it's a white person.
Okay. But you said it was a traditional customary marriage, and you just described by the.
That is.
So, in actual fact, what you're telling this court is that the deceased Mr. Reuters, when he died, was actually the husband to your sister, accused number 2.
Yo Morena Reuters, mashallah na tokufa. Ibe ile monna wayo mlatfatwa bedi manale.
Well, that's a usual.
Yes, traditionally it is So,
And as a scriber, the two families from the writers and the family from your sister came together and the marriage was entered in.
jwale ka motho e leng gore e be ena ngwana o ditaba mola malapa a mabedi a e ka kopana lapa la Reuters le lapa la
Go jwalo.
Bariso.
And do you still remember how many members of the Reuters family came to celebrate this traditional marriage?
O ka ba sa gopola gore go tswa ka kwa lapeng la Reuters o tlile maloko a makae wa baromiwa ba kae go tswa lapeng lewe go tlonyana
O tle ba babedi.
two came. But ba babedi re akaretsa le Reuters.
O tle bo mmage le sesiana.
His mother and sister are the ones who came.
And on your side, you are only the scriber who from your family, the family of accused number 2 are present.
Kamoare, when I was very low when I was la ba be le metsi ma Kamoare.
Rangwana o be a le gona.
My paternal uncle was present.
Le bo mma ba ba le gona.
And my mother was.
So in this letter that you have drafted, the Bawola letter, you find 2 members of the writer's family and 2 members of your family. And you are the scriber.
Ulo marole bolu ngala. U pejala malukwa mabedi I met you la pala Reuters. The malukwa mabedi I met you la pa lare. When I only when I
Now, with all this information in your disposal, why did you tell the court that the Reuters, you know him as the boyfriend, not as the husband who had married your sister?
Objection, Your Worship. That is not what the accused said, Your Worship. The objection is based on the fact that in her reply, she states that Reuters was a boyfriend who came to marry my sister. That is what she said. And it has to start first by becoming a boyfriend and then overlap into a marriage. That is what she said. And this question is factually incorrect. It's a submission.
State
We'll rephrase it. With the experience you have as an experienced police officer who was present when the marriage was celebrated, is it really necessary to refer to the deceased as your sister's boyfriend, and actually the husband?
Yeah. Kama itemuelo I don't know when now on aluona vele kale police. Ibile u khatileti mawa utirikabulo kana kwe baito rena magadi wa nyala o bole bohlokwa na hore ge o botsiswa hore Reuters o mtsiba bjang o re ke boyfriend wa be le boyfriend ya ngwana ge no modatfatšwa bobedi.
A ke bone sepodisa se tsenelana le tša magadi.
I don't see me being a police officer or a police work having any bearing on the issues of law.
And if there is a celebration, if there is negotiation, it was na mokete goba if there is negotiation tša magadi, it's a celebration.
And it was not a celebration. It was lobola negotiations. There was no celebration.
Nna ka mokgo ke kwišang ka Sotho ba Reuters ntše ba diletse ba ka gae.
The way I understand it in our Sotho culture, the Reuters were there to know the family.
Let's leave it there because the investigating officer tells me that the family of the Reuters know nothing about this marriage.
monyakiši wa molato o mpotša gore ba reitera ga ba tsebe selo ka lenyalo le wena o bolelang ka lona goba ditherišano tšeo tša magadi
a ke re ge e le gore court e tata re dumelela pele ba tsata ba tshatsila e ka se felelemo.
Isn't it when the matter goes further, the court allowing, they will come and tell the court. The matter won't end.
My word against the investigating officer.
Because now it will be my word against that of the investigating officer.
Right. Let's move to the deceased Nuku, who you say is the father to accused number 3, the daughter.
Are Yehu Nuku. Oh, when I ring ke papao morwedi ya gago molafatwa.
At the time when you insured him, you were not his spouse, you agreed.
Kana kwe o mwarisha polisi uwosi mulekani wa dume.
Dume.
Ayaka.
And in fact, during that time, you had your own spouse.
Evile kana kwe wo wena wona le mulekani wa gago.
Dume.
Do you care to tell the court who was your spouse during that time when you registered, when you insured the life of Nuku?
Oka ruja na uri mulekani wao vile mang kana kwe wena bulela Nuku policy.
Even Mr. Kutumela.
It was Mr. Kutumela.
The father to the one you are married to now.
No longer that is.
So when did you get married to him?
When
Mr. Kutumela.
2020, around August.
We officialized our marriage in 2020, August.
And before that, was there any Dobala negotiations that you put in?
We didn't go sign now. Ana, we didn't tell us about Makadi, Yana Nagasicho. Yes, they were.
And when was it?
They were writing.
Gawagabu 2000 and
it's a long time ago.
Na Rakopanika 1999.
Me and him met in 99. I do not recall when the Loyola negotiations or payments were made.
But what you can confirm with this court is that when you insured the life of Nukusit Nimuncha, you had your own spouse, yet he was registered as your spouse.
If a sale was done for record, can I go Ulela Nukusit Nimuncha police? Una lemolekani, moving, wow, if fella, qua policing, ye, we will let you know. When now, what do they ka molekane wa Nuku. Yes, I am registered as his spouse in the policy according to FNB's policy.
And not only did you register, you insured his life at Old Mutual Insurance, but you proceeded to insure his life again at First National Bank.
Our Morella policy Old Mutual Affair. That is so.
And at the time when you said you were busy trying to find the insurance for his life, he was not well off. In fact, he was a vulnerable person, either financially or in terms of his health.
Kana kwe leza mahali nyaka mo aka mbulelo ngwana polisi. Ibele motwelo ngori wa teka ikawa tabeja masheleng wa fuwa une mafokoli mmele. was na saraga. I don't understand how.
Your evidence is that he was not valid. This Mr. Nukumunja. He was not even working at the time.
Yes, he was relying on the Sasa.
So he was, for lack of a better word, a member of a vulnerable member of a society at the time.
He was disabled and relying on government. As I indicated that when we first met, he was not there.
At some point in time, you say when you met him, he was mute. At some point in time, when you met him, he was not working well. Do you remember that? And at this time, you were married to Mr. Kutumela, your spouse.
Yes, I was with him.
You insure the life of Mr. Munja for accidental death policy and funeral cover. Is that what you did?
Policy ya Puluku, funeral cover, le policy ya ori ka hlokofala ka mokgwa le gore a se wa tlhago go be le stay. That is.
And you nominated yourself as the beneficiary of these policies.
When I get a ka mongwadi shoy le gore le ka tlhago thata wa mokutugwe ibe wena o kgonang go ka tia khatho ka tsa. That is true.
And he died an accidental death, mysteriously so. You benefited.
We don't talk about Munja. The Pula, the Isla Town, Lino Kagarowa, Yamaga, when I was well at the same. Correct.
Not only you did you benefit, but you sent the monies to accused number 2 and accused number 3.
Our well on affair, like our telling what I tell you to do with the women, woman for John, Limnat for
benefit.
I was not sending the money to them for them to benefit. I explained that she was going to buy cars for me.
And accused number 3 over school.
And accused number 3 was going to school.
And little was spent on the burial of Mr. Nkumunja.
When I watched it to work, we should miss it.
Policy paid 6 months.
The policy paid out 6 months after Nku was paid.
And Oyaga give excess worry. It's one in Jishu Mishogamuka Dimora.
And according to my knowledge, I did not know that the payout must all be used for the funeral. Because there's a child that is still alive.
And even when he was alive, he could not even maintain the child because he himself was relying on social grants. See what the problem is?
Legana basa pila ena ubasa konuka sokomela ngwana ga ka gore le ena ka wena o ba ditsepitu o mphiwa fela ya mmusho
o ba motlhokomela ka sana se wa ba gona o mwathela be le tlhokomela.
He was maintaining the child whatever he could afford. He was sharing it.
How much were the premiums for these policies that you took for Mr. Munja, the deceased?
The pattern is a political quick. What the policy do
FNB we patela less than 500. Then yeah, old mutual maybe better less than 500, right?
When I recall, both of them were paying the premiums were less than 500 rands. Less than 500 rands for the old mutual one, less than 500 rands for the FM.
And then funeral cover was less than 150.
The funeral cover, the premium was less than 150.
And who was paying for these premiums?
Kimamo part the premium.
No, we were part of the funeral cover, we were part of the accidental cover, they were under my name.
No who was paying the funeral cover. I was paying for the accidental covers because I was the one who applied insurance.
And the same goes to your uncle, Mr. Choice, the deceased.
Se wale sonasi agareja yo malume ao ikamko volkabo.
Malume we part of like in Nakamu.
As far as my uncle is concerned, I was paying everything. Because he was under me. He was registered under my name.
He can also be classified as a vulnerable person, not working, smoking, everything else that he can find, drinking anything else that he can find. And also, you can be insured his life, pay the premiums.
They are not going to enjoy more hour. They know what to fail at. That's not to one to move them way to do. We are alive with us, not flavor. I don't know. Go attack an amble.
Even if you want to fail a marana, the family, Lore, Imonyagela Jedivots.
He was vulnerable, but he had a family that wished him well.
And that member of the family that ended up benefiting is you.
Mutuwe wakagaye wa family we no ufeleja akulea kwe.
Who's one?
That is true.
And the strange part is, once you receive this pension payout, you transfer them to account number 2 and 3, isn't it?
There was no veterinary paternity. Women teacher woman at for 12 weeks. Barbara.
Usually, Maraona is really strange.
It is so, however, there's nothing strange about it.
And little was spent on their burial, more was spent on you and them.
There is legally considered the issue. Yenyane ishumishijwe ubuluka watuwa. Yenchi ya shumishwa ukulale.
I gave one.
That's not how I see it.
Right. Now, Miss Joyce, Malesa, the deceased. Remember her as well?
Joyce Malesa. Yes, I do.
She also could not afford to bury other family members. She was also vulnerable. You came in funeral policy for her, and then who benefited ultimately? You.
Then I will move to Maluku, Rave, Kimuka, Nawaka, Kimanga, where what is in good way.
You're going to be our well one, Namara. Not going to well one, nothing.
You may put it as if I am the one who benefit, but I do not see it as me being the only one who benefit.
You're very right. Not only you. You are case number 2 and case number 3.
Our well when we eat. I'm not forgetting no one. But we
3 of you benefit.
Not the affair.
Not only us.
Is there others that benefited that are not here?
One of our mobile but we to buy the more about one mobile more.
Mokasing Malisa Gilio Bonchar give a corner regular Diapa.
In the case of Melissa, I was able to show that I bought children clothes.
Right. Naval Kutumela. You also paid for his funeral cover. In short, him with two companies, ABSA and First National Bank.
Naval Kutumela lena umupatela ni polisi wa mulala ni policy le ABSA and First National.
First National Bank. You did not even stop there. There is also Ashubu. You remember? And Holland.
Wa mulala the policy le ABSA wasemishino wa FNB Holland le Ashubu. Yes, I remember.
His brother, your husband, was there. He's not the beneficiary. You are the beneficiary in all those policies.
One rag, Utiave, Mohalagua, Walon, Ifela, Asiena, Mwadichwa, Heukataba, Lee. Way. That is it.
And you said, what was wrong with Navy?
Uri, Utado Navy.
Epilepsy.
He suffered from epilepsy.
And where you say you were the guardian.
Kimoido now review guardian. Yeah.
Who appointed you as the guardian of Mr. Naval, the deceased Kutumela?
Kimanga Chojuba, our Fidel Mata, Uli Gardenia, Morena Naval, Kutumela.
Perhaps which court appointed you as the guardian?
Uvari, Kikoroi fi, ye, eating, ya Famara, ya Famata, Wena Guardian. Ya Ulibel Lemerero Yaga.
I think I appointed Mush.
I was not formally appointed. He was just staying.
So he was also what I had called a vulnerable member of the society.
Lena we know what to fela we don't worry to fela must have an
See that?
I
don't see him as well.
You paid the premiums and you received the insurance payout.
Well, no, but the premium wa mogela charity rate but like insurance come on. That is.
He died a mysterious death as well.
Lena, who for conflict in our matter. So.
And once you received the payouts, the policy insurance payouts, you transfer them to Account 2 and 3, isn't it?
Well, also, I'm going to be that is.
So this is the pattern that we've identified, is that you would find a vulnerable person. You would cover that vulnerable person, you would pay the premiums, and the person mysteriously dies, you benefit, forward the funds to accused to and from.
Yeah. Cette série le monde il comme code very diroga o kwetsa motho e le more awa a gone go direla ke mo ka mwadisa di police motho we o tlhokofala ka tsela ya o makatsa motho a boela o ka morawa o tlhokofala motho ka tsela ya o makatsa wena ka o patlela wena ditšhelete tsa di police. That is how it appears.
People have been banned, some are thrown in the middle of the road. Such accidents surrounds people that you insure.
Baba mwe ba fishijwe Fokofala ka tsela ya ho maka.
Go jwang?
That is.
You have said there under oath that you have insured the whole of your family since you assumed duty as a police officer.
Ruti mo o bolela o ka fase ya kana wa o ikana ne gore o ile wa ngwadisa maloko a lapa ka moka kana boela o thoma o shuma ka mosepodisi.
Remember that?
Sa yo bula.
Ke sa yo go.
Yes.
If the court were to release you, what guarantee do we have that the lives of the people you insured will remain alive?
Well, goro e ga o lopula. Rene bonnete bo bofeng bo fitla kae gore maphelo a batho ba e mo bona ba ngwadisi a bolokile a ka se be botse.
A ke tsebe gore a mo guarantee o e kaka.
I don't know what guarantee or the extent of the guarantee they would.
I think it will be in the interest of justice, having confessed what we did, we and you.
emisha wa wila abalu emisha ga u bolela wena le taxi tse e leng gore di amega molatong.
njana sa re ke bolela le yena tšadilana le ampo ja gore go na le batho station go tswa mo wa se ke bolele le yena.
Njana, I spoke to him or her that day when he or she told me that there were people looking for me at the police.
mpho ke boletse le yena a dilo mpona ka diseleng.
I spoke to Mpo when she came to see me in the cell.
Now, you said that some of the monies, the reason why you would send to accused number 3 is because she was attending school.
Oh, political about it. Let him know what I allowed or woman around the charity. He covered a lot of school.
o jwang?
Yeah.
And because you could not, you are not that computer literate, so to say, you would send her money to pay the school fees for the other children as well.
Wabela tabari tabatia technology alufanya kabisa. Umrumela lecture ya uri apatile bana bale baba mwe school fees.
o jwang?
That is.
Which school was she attending since 2018 to today when she was arrested?
Udwaga mwa 2018 wafutela jadila sharoka lona wabazena schools.
o tsele Lyceum College.
She attended Lyceum College.
o tsene tšadilana shipi tše dingwe Gauteng.
She also attended learnerships in Gauteng.
o ka di confirma yena.
She will confirm.
o tsene ko Procare.
She attended at Procare.
ke jona tše ke di tseba.
Those are the ones I know.
And how much were the school fees at Lyceum College and Procare? Because leadership we know that they didn't pay themselves.
Kwa Lyceum, le Procare, o battle of guy.
Lyceum we patela plus minus 20,000 per year.
Lyceum, the fees were plus minus 20,000 a year.
And then Procare course idea plus minus 11,000.
The course that she was doing at Procare costed or was around 11,000.
And then we will the rental right to go.
The other monies were for rental and for her to take care of it.
And these monies that we're using to fund these school fees, the proceeds of the insurance payout.
Charity tse go di shumisa go patela dithuto tsa gagwe e be le ditšhelete tsa go tswa go dipatele tsa insurance.
tše dingwe be le tšona tše dingwe di be di tšo salary nyaka.
Some were from the proceeds of the insurance, some were coming from my salary.
Perhaps let's finalize that one. With all these people that you've insured, knowing well the salary of the police, you want to tell this court you still had savings to bury the uncle?
Yeah. Are you familiar with that? Early village was welcome to Gabai but premier. Re tsebaga botso ma polisa ona bokae. O ra hore wena o bo sana le tšhelete le gore e be ka thuko. Ki ye le gore o shumisitse go boloka mala.
Be le gona.
Yes, wese.
Re be re di ame go dishana.
We were in a club where we would give each other certain contributions in intervals.
Now, you said Tamaris Slebe, it's your maternal aunt's child.
Already, you're Damaris Lebe, that is true.
And the father of her children was a Mr. Jacob Siakamela.
Papa, mana rebeli Jacob Siakamela.
o jwang
That is
Of the children of Tamaris Seleka. And you said you know nothing about the First National Bank insurance policy that was taken against the life of Mr. Jacob Siakamela.
urile wena utsebisilo ka policy ye jeriu ukabara uphilo ba mona Jacob Siakamela ya FNB.
a ke tsebe se
Yes, I know that.
Were you not the one who assisted on the phone Tamaris Selepe when she was making a telephonic application for this insurance policy?
a ke go
I do not remember.
And was Mr. Siakamela married to your relative Tamaris Selepe?
Kana Siakamela now ba nyala le wa re no Tamaris Selepe.
a ke go bole ba banyala
I don't remember them to be married.
And perhaps let's clarify this as well. You said you don't remember assisting Tamaris to make a telephonic application for the insurance, not that you did not do. Is that so?
Are tlansha botse taba ya gore a ke sa o ora gore a o sa o bola o e dira e se gore a se wa e dira taba ya o thusa Tamaris o founa gore a tsentshe claim.
a ke go bole ke thusa Tamaris
I don't remember assisting them.
And it will also be surprising if you were to be included and mentioned as a beneficiary to that insurance policy taken allegedly by Tamaris against the life of Mr. Siakamela Jacob.
Pero o makatsa ke o khwetsa gore wena o ngwadisitswe gore o ka tlhokofala Jacob Siakamela e be wena motho e leng gore wa patela wa ke wena mongwadiswa le o ka tlhaga le go le o policy ye e butsu ke Tamaris Selepe a ngwadisa yo Jacob Siakamela ake
e go ka makatsa
yes surprise.
And it will also be surprising if it was you who was paying the premiums for this policy.
O tlo makatsa gape o ka khwetala gore ke wena o patela dipatele tsa kgwedi ka kgwedi o policy.
e go ka makatsa
Yes.
In fact, not necessarily surprising, but it will confirm the pattern that we have spoken about earlier on.
A botsebotsa re no re ka se makatsa ai ka se makatsa e tlo no tishetsa se re se boletse o pele sa gore ka mkhodo je be ditwa ka ona o nyakwa batho ba ile gore a ba gone o ka ditirela ba ngwadiswa ke moka ka morao ba tlhokofala ka tsela o maka.
e ka tswelela jwa
Yes, it might appear.
You don't have a business.
A ona kgwebo.
a ke na kgwebo
I don't have it.
And when you said when you would send at least number 2 or 3 monies in Johannesburg because you wanted them to buy things for your business, it was just something that you were saying just in passing.
Jale, kana kwela ore o fa mabaka ore ka baka la eng go romela tšhelete o mona tsa go bedi ore o e kenya ka dilo tsa o swana le bo tsana o ba kenya ka dilo tsa kgwebo o bona o lela ntwe fela ile polelo ya o feta
a se kgwebo ya go ikema ke dikgwebo tša go leka a se kgwebo e le gore ikeme no ba gore ke sha sela le sela a se kgwebo ya go ikema.
It is not a formalized business. It is just an informal business where one is trying to sell this and that.
You see, that's where you confuse us. But let's leave the confusion there, because as we are confused too.
Ebale, ke mo khagane o itla mona. E fela re tloela mo khagane o tla. E wena wa ka ne le nna go ala.
You confirmed during cross-examination and your evidence in chief that some of the accidental payouts you received them, right?
We don't want to Kutumela, kind of way with our country, then I go with short, telling which are the policy, telling what we Tau Kavara, Lepo, Delicatau, Hoimorasi, what's how the party to our mother and tell it down. That is.
And you confirmed now during cross-examination that you transferred the money to accused number 2 and 3.
Ultimate, yeah, able to send the story. Tell it, Tawana, telling what you met him at Fatou with Laura. That is.
Confirmed further that even the funeral policy payouts you received.
Oh, no matter how the worry, lady patriotic policy Japuru at the funeral. Uriamo. Yes.
And those benefits, the monies were transferred also to number 2 and number 3.
Charity Zao, another Jonah, the Amomela, that is.
Case number 2 is your sister.
Not for job with one.
Yes.
Yes.
Case number 3 is your daughter.
Not for job, Raru, Kimuridia. Yes.
And whilst all these allegations mounted against you, you're still employed as a police officer.
Kana kwe itatufajoje wale mtumu pakela hata mwenyewe ubonjulu police. Yeah.
Accused number 3 is nice. Accused number 2 is nice.
Mlafajwa bili ile nice. Yes.
Accused number 3 are employed.
Mlafajwa buraro asabe.
Yes.
Yes, unemployed.
Nothing further.
Examination, advocate question.
Oh, please, it's your Rachel, you said to the court that you were told that when you were arrested, and you were told that you are no more a policeman. Is that correct?
Ujo korewori kana kuswara ujo wori I salwe na police. That is
Ever since your arrest up until today, was there any communication from the police in respect of that decision? Have you ever signed anything in that respect?
Bene, utwana kuswara kayo na utelaka sisi wata ana ukide wapeja pulelo ujwa umshumo walfapalas polisa mama pili spetosiwe sara usalele polisa ubaona mtu kile mwaisaina yawe na le mshumo wao
Kisane notice of suspension. Kabaga sign a notice of transfer and suspension.
I signed the notice of suspension. I also signed the notice of suspension and transfer.
So, I may be correct that at the moment you are suspended as a police officer.
Kitabeke ne pide girgasa sibaka oferi do bele kala police.
Ngasere ke ferilwe. Verbally ngaba ile gore ke boditse gore a sale le police mara ka dipampiri ke sainitse pampiri ya gore nka suspend.
I won't say I'm suspended. I might have been told that I'm no longer a police officer, but in writing, I was given notice that I might be suspended.
And to date, you have never received any correspondence from the employer, is that correct?
Ufteranu yale utwamu wa utibuka feta pulelo utwa umu mshumekawa tamundo mubakasi mwana.
Awu.
Correct.
If maybe you may assist the court as to the contents of that notice of suspension that you signed, assist the court as to what was contained in that notice.
Aloka tushambulie uri mtumwe uyiuche uri kama arga tibisho ya ufewa ya uba ya uruka fewa umwadilwe ingabuti
ino ba o to nsainisha gore ge ile gore ditatofatso di tswela pele go na le o ba tja approve ka kwatho o na le gore ke suspended.
The notice was for me to sign to notify me that should the matter proceed in court and the allegations are proved against me, there is a possibility of me being suspended.
And then e nngwe be ile a gore ge ile gore ditatofatso di tswela pele go na le misconduct o ke tla lebana le one.
Another one was that if the allegations are still being pursued, I will face, or there is a misconduct that I will face.
And then one ye nngwe ya di-content e be ile gore ge ile gore ke itswile ke seka molato ke le ka ntle nka transferwa to another station.
Another one was a notice informing me that in the event I am released from custody, I might be transferred to another station.
So, from those the contents that were contained in that notice of suspension, it gives your employer powers to one, suspend you because the criminal cases or the charges against you are proceeding, or else you might be transferred to another police station. Am I correct?
We are going to say mongwe mšomo o na le maatla a o ka dira ye nngwe ya tše o fega ka gore o boletše molato wa bosenyi goba o transfera gore o šoma go gongwe e se be mo o šoma ngwana ga lebe. That is.
Then do you agree with me? Take into consideration the seriousness of the allegations that you are facing. An employer as the South African Police Services will not allow you to go back and work. Am I correct?
O dumelana le nna gore ge re lebeletše bogolo le bošoro wa ditatofatso tšeo o lebaneng le tšona goba tšeo o latofatšago ka tšona mongwe mošomo wa go swana le sephodisa sa Afrika Borwa a ka se o dumelele gore o boe mošomong o tšwele pele ka go šoma. It is so.
And lastly, I'm saying so because the contents of the notice that you were served with by the employer, one of the reasons for the intention to suspend you is that if the matter proceeded or the charges against you are proceeding, they might suspend you. Is that correct?
Yes, I think I'll object. And I allowed my other colleague to ask this question earlier on, hoping that that will be the end of it. But this is re-examined. It's not evidence in chief. If we have wanted to leave that evidence, we would have done that during his evidence in chief. We can't now use an opportunity for re-exam to introduce evidence that is not there. That's the correct.
Your Worship, it emanates from the state. And I'm therefore allowed in the context, especially of the bail application, to further ask the state, the accused, as to the contents of a suspension, because the state avers that if she is released, she will be going back to work, and then the confidence in the system of the police will be deeply affected. My submission is that I'm doing so to indicate that the state has already commenced suspension proceedings with the accused. And as a result, if it's released and the matter proceeds, she will be suspended. That is what I'm trying to, the point I'm trying to sponsor in this instance. And it is very much important because the state will want to rely on this, on the accused having to go back to work. And our submission to this regard is that the accused is already in the suspension territory, and by virtue of papers. That is our submission. I don't think there is anything wrong, because it emanates from this cross-examination.
Your Worship, the submission that he wants to submit to call at the end of the day, that can still stand. That's a matter for argument. What I'm saying is, he cannot lead the evidence of the suspension now during re-exam, because that was never part of the evidence. It's not even part of my cross-examination, because her evidence in cross-examination is that I'm not suspended. That's the court.
As the court places, Your Worship. In your cross-examination, you were asked as to the people you insured. I want to start with you. When you take out a policy, you say you're not a Nuku spouse. Am I correct?
Yeah, then. Kinyakare ulelega tawaya police liba tuwa police.
It's not repetition.
It's not repetition. The accused was cross-examined. That weekend was cross-examined in this instance. And if Your Worship can afford me an opportunity, the Worship will then understand where I'm going.
You must remember, you are not cross-examining the politicians. You are re-examining.
Yes, I'm re-examining. Hence, I'm saying during cross-examination, this is what emanates.
So, your re-examination.
So I'm laying the basis only. From there, I'll then re-examine. Unless I...
Yes, proceed.
Waro ulela Nuku police aware kuana mulekano wa.
Masekere ke nna molekane wa.
I did not say I'm his spouse.
Then you gave an answer in during evidence on chief. You said you relied on the policy. Am I correct?
Ufile tlalusomo kana go fa phatse go le kisepetse go police. Yeah.
And during cross-examination, the state indicated that you had, how can I put it, you have the beneficiaries who were vulnerable. Is that correct? Yes, that beneficiaries were vulnerable. That is what emanated from the cross-examination.
Perhaps if you have put it to the proper context, the state indicated that the people that were insured by themselves and to which you were the beneficiary were vulnerable.
Indeed so, indeed so.
Not that they were the beneficiary.
No, Your Worship,
Thank you, you can proceed, but I'll just try to correct you. You may proceed.
for crisis. Is there any way whereby you are given the latitude as to who can you insure and who cannot insure?
Ana ona le mo wa kgetho ona gore o ka ngwadisa mang wa ka bolela mang policy o ba out.
There was no way where I was given that. And in evidence in chief, you indicated why you took some policies as your past experience have taught you the reason why you have to take policies. Can you still remember?
Kana go fa bothatsi we bontshitse mo ka baka la eng o ile wa tshela wa di policy ka gore ge o lebella kwa morao go bontshitse gore ka baka la eng o tshwantse tšiwa di policy. That is so.
And you indicated that your grandfather.
Your Worship, I think I object. There's the point.
These arise from cross-examination.
The right from cross-examination.
Are you sure?
I'm sure, because the view of the state.
On that, okay, no problem.
If I'm,
can you supplement that? I was just putting a statement.
Your Worship, my objection is that my legal colleague is testifying from the bar, repeating the answers that were given during evidence in chief. So I don't know where we are going with that issue, and that's why I'm objecting. There's the context.
I don't think that what the state is saying, you may stand up.
that's the hypocrisy.
What the state is indicating that it seems like you are testifying from the bar because you are repeating evidence already on record.
Indeed so.
Perhaps the best thing is to gather expressions rather than repeat the evidence that is in the
And Your Worship, the basis of my question is resides on the experience that the accused laid as to why she started taking policies in the past. And against that, the state indicates that the applicant was preying on vulnerable people, whereas in evidence in chief, the accused indicated that, or the applicant indicated that there was a basis for her to start insuring people around her with policies. The experience was the mother, the experience was the grandfather and the grandmother.
The questions that the state puts to the witness, she answered them.
Indeed so.
In the affirmative where she was able to recall.
Indeed so.
And the experience that you are talking about, she also explained that in her evidence chain.
Indeed so.
And there is no need for you to repeat it.
Indeed so, Your Worship.
You can re-examine on something that arises from process.
Indeed so. Indeed so, Your Worship. And we go to the issue of Navel. The state, during cross-examination, indicated that you are you insured Navel because he was a vulnerable person. Is that correct?
Yeah, the Papa is low or when I want to turn up the dowry, really more more. I have no be delay.
Yes,
Yes, I was asking.
You answered that question.
Why are I sure? Yes, I asked.
How did you answer that question?
Didn't hear the question. You want to add?
I want to repeat because I'm trying to bring something here.
No. You cannot repeat evidence that is already.
Indeed so.
You cannot say what did you say because you heard it yourself.
I heard it myself, but
Yes, but ask a direct question.
but the conclusion arrived at by the
What I'm trying to say, ask a direct examination question. Don't repeat what is already.
Indeed so. I will try to do so because how the court directs.
Yes, you can proceed.
Just a minute, please. Your Worship, we will give our evidence in chief in that fashion, as the court pleases.
Witness, you are now against
On ulla uchogal boxing. Kabla na kwa na mwana wa rapato.
Yes, as the court pleases, Your Worship, we have 2 witnesses and the other witnesses in court.
Name.
You have 2 witnesses.
Yes, Benedict, the other, the last witness is the husband.
Okay, and what is the purpose of saying that the 2 witnesses, that there was witnesses in court? What do you want the court to conclude? You said you have 2 witnesses.
Yes,
and
yes.
the other witnesses in court.
Yes, I'm saying that the other witness I saw, they showed me it's in court.
And then?
And I want the witness to be called to the stand.
The names of your witness?
The name of the witness
Oh,
is
it's coming.
Indeed so.
Sana la mwana.
Just approach the microphone.
Natlamelang mic.
Your full names?
Kubela le botse gore maina ka botlalo re akaretsa lefatshe.
ke nna Mataba Mojeri Benedicta.
Mataba Mojeri Benedict. Fani kifi.
Mataba.
The surname is Mataba. Jerry.
Mojeri.
Mojeri. Mojeri Benedict.
Benedicta.
Benedicta.
Witness, do you have any objection in taking the prescribed oath?
Worship, I said piece number 3 was being taken out. I was saying the court should be informed of this.
Yes, Your Worship, She's asking as to whether she can go to the bathroom.
So she's there and body will be escorted there. Yes. You say your full names are Mataba Mujeri Benedicta.
Uri maina uki Mataba Mujeri Benedicta. Yes, Mataba Mujeri Benedicta.
Do you have any objection in taking a picture of the oath?
Me Mataba, ana unalisesika ushitisha ui kana apela koi. No objection.
Will the oath be binding at your conscience?
Kao ui kana ukitamale twalo? Yeah.
Raise up your right hand and stress that good gospel.
Kao realo mishalo zola ujari mudimuntushi.
Mudimuntushi.
So I
Thank you. That's the court places. Benedicta, why are you staying?
Udula gai Benedict.
Kedula Singata.
I decided Singata.
Are you employed?
Wa shuma wabereka.
Kaiperek.
Self-employed.
Can you tell the court what are you doing in self-employment?
Uibereka ka udiraini.
Kinanga kaya sicho.
I am a traditional healer. Doctor.
Do you know Rachel Kutumela Sokani?
Rachel Kutumela Shokani wamutse. Rachel Shokani anyalwa Kutumela.
Nka sereke ya mutsiba.
I wouldn't say I know.
Why are you saying so?
Ika wakala ino kasiri wamutse.
Ke tseba bo mmage.
Oh, I know her mother.
How do you know her mother?
Umma watsiba bya.
Ke bona e be ile molwetsi wa ka.
She was my patient.
Rachel Kutumela is charged with the murder of her husband.
Well, you're Rachel Kutumela. Ula tufajwa kapulao ya mhalalo wako. What's it?
Ke a tseba.
Yes, I'm aware.
And do you know that, or do you have any information as to who killed your husband?
I know about the work in Mangabula.
Awu.
No?
Did the police approach you in this aspect?
Mapolisa wakile bata uwe nakata bai. Yes.
What did the police say?
Barle.
Nka tlhalosa.
Ke se ba nyaka le seding.
Ke khumane phone ka di 10.
10 ja kgwedi ya feta kgwedi tao.
Di 10 tsa kgwedi yone.
Okay. I received a telephone call on the 10th of this month.
Wa bolela monna o mongwe a re ke yena le phodisa Fisher ka Polokwane.
A certain male person spoke on the other side of the call and said that he is a police officer from Polokwane and he is Fisher.
A re ona o tsona le o tsere file mo pele ga gagwe.
And he said he is in possession of a file in front of him.
Ya monno ba reng ke Peter o sala timelela ka 2019.
A file of a person by a man by the name of Peter who went missing in 2019.
Ka re go yena ke motsebe.
I said I don't know that person.
Ke moka a re ke gopela gore ke tle go wena go bontshe senepe.
He then said, I'm asking to come and come to you and show you a picture or a photograph.
Ka ra mo yena ka ra ona bothata.
I said, no problem.
O etile a nyaka anje amfounela rena re ka kopana mo kae.
Along the way, he came trying to locate where I was, calling along the way, and even asked, where can we meet?
Ka re go yena a tle ka gae.
I said he must come at home.
A tla gae ya ba fitlha.
He came to my home, he arrived.
ga fitla ka ya go yena koloing
Upon arrival, I went to him
ke
at the car.
khumane le banna ba babedi
I found two
le
men
mosadi
and a woman.
ba re gape ditaba di pala ka wena police station.
They then said, matters are stuck because of you at the police station.
Bana ma ba re kgopela ro sepele le rena.
And they said, may you please come with us.
Kana makasagane ka dumela ka
I
tla
did not refuse. I boarded and went with them.
ke bona ba mpuditseng gore Kutumela Rachel o ka mo toronko.
They are the ones who told me that Rachel Kutumela is in custody.
O felela mo.
That is all.
And were you told about the who is the killer of your husband?
Ana ba ela wa tsore ke manga bola le monna.
Ke rile ge ke tsena ka mo court ka ke tare ke ka room ka office ka humana banna le basadi ba le gona.
When I entered an office, I found men and women in that office.
O mongwe wa bona ke Morena Mabunda.
One of them is Mr. Mabunda.
Ke rile ke tsena ya ba yana mputsang goreng wena le mogotsi ya o le bolaile Martin Phuti Mothata.
When I entered, he is the one who told me that you and your friend are the ones who killed Phuti Martin Mothata.
Ge ke thoma ke makala rona kgantho di agalang bana maphodisa ntse le ka ke tse gore ke maphodisa na ka gore nke se ba uniform ba thoma ntlhabela mashata ba mpitša le ka maina ba mpitša le ka matlhapa.
Once I was still shocked from what was just said to me, the other men, I don't know if they are police officers or what, and other police officers or people that were there started shouting at me, insulting me, calling me names.
Ge ke thoma ke botsiša gore gane botsebotse ke diile
When I inquired as to what exactly have I done,
Mr. Mabunda a ntšeela phone
Mr. Mamanda then took my phone.
o rile a ntše a tshwere phone ya ka ya lla.
As he was still in possession of my phone, it rang.
A e araba
He responded, the incoming,
a bea mo speakereng
and put it on speaker
a rena ke mang
and asked, who is it?
ka re ke morwaka
I said, it's my son.
a re mmotse gore re o tshwere o bolaile papage.
He then said, tell him that we have arrested because you killed his father.
Ke be ke gašwa ka matlhapa ke tshepišwa le go gamiwa.
Insults were hailed at me, and I was even promised that I would be suffocated or choked.
A ke tsebe le gore kgoro ya dumela gore ke bolele matlhapa a kgale ba mpitša kao.
I don't know whether the court allows me to say the insults as they were hailed at me.
With the leave of the court, can she proceed if you immediately that direction?
To tell us insults.
Yeah, it's a court basis.
And what relevance has that to do with this benefit?
It has to do it because it points to the investigating officer. So, but the worship, you then assist us when Mr. Mabunda takes the stand, so that now we cross-examine about it.
Let's hear the insights.
La mathomo o rile go nna re a ke tšhabe ngaka bongaka ba gagwe a ke botšhabe.
Firstly, he said, I'm not afraid of traditional either way. Sangoma, I'm not afraid of that practice.
Arwatina ibilo umloi obolaya batho bongaka ba hao ke ba o thusha dikebeko.
He said you are annoying. You are using your traditional doctor practice to kill people. You are a witch.
Ke moka entse ke tlabeile mola yena ba le busy angwala.
As I was still confused, he was busy, right?
Godimo ga batho ba lentse ba le ka kua o mongwe wa mosadi le yena o ba antho.
Amongst the people who were there, another one who was a female was also insulted.
Ebile a ra ka mpetha ka tlap.
That police officer even said she can beat me.
Ho ngwadile sa se ngwadileng Mr. Mabunda ke be ke shetse ke tlhakatlhakane ebile ke tshuile.
Mr. Mabunda wrote whatever he was writing. I was now in a state of shock.
Ke be ke sa kubose ebile re ba bolela tse dingwe ke be ke se sa bako.
I could not hear them clearly or properly anymore because of the state I was in. Some of the things I could not even hear what they were saying.
Re ke fetsa re ba fetsa o ngwana ka mokgwa ba ngwadileng ka ona ba dile pampiri.
After writing the way they wrote, they read the paper.
Mara o bolela nnete a ke a bako.
But to be honest, I did not hear.
Ba mphile yona pampiri ela ba re sign.
They gave me that paper and said sign.
Ka sign.
I signed.
Ke moka ba mpha phone.
They then gave me the phone.
Ba re ra o tswalelela a o tsamaya.
They said we are detaining you. You are not leaving.
Ke tsile le bona re fitha ka go mo passaging bona ba tsena ka office.
I left with them. As we were walking somewhere along the passage, they then entered into an office.
Ke moka ba mpha phone.
They then gave me the phone.
Ba bitsa monno mongwe ba re ankishe gae.
They called a certain man and said he must take me home.
Ba fella mo.
It ends there.
But the court is rushing, what is the witness evidence?
As the court pleases. Ma'am, why are you here?
Ma, Lubuche, Kika Bagala only mo. Ever only mo. Vara u Biditrebele Gatlazi, Uifa Gatlazi, Kupelongia Valat Fatolo Wakabe.
Irile kamera wa matšatši a mabedi ka lata lawyer yaka.
After 2 days, I approached my lawyer.
No, let's not go to the lawyer. You are here, you are testifying, right?
Even Arskaya, kwa lawyer, Tabashi, Umoa Neviaraga. So, Sidrawe Mikamu, Go Fabutha. Yeah.
What do you want to achieve with your evidence?
Kabutaz Wu Fau, King is Seu Nakamos Fitele.
Objection, Your Worship. It is for the court to decide, and it's a weakness for the applicant in this matter. So really, it is not proper to ask the witness as to what that she wants to achieve.
there. It is the court that can fabricate evidence and this sort of must forever answer that question.
Your Worship, the basis for the witness to come here has been laid. That is the witness for the applicant. So,
But then the state is entitled to cross-examine the witness.
Your Worship, it's not for the achievements. It's for the achievements of the accused. That's the court ruling.
As a court. You have an answer?
Moemedi wa ganana le go butšwe e fela gore e tsere sephetho sa rago a eme le ena gore o se ka araba potšišong ba re ka o tla mo o e fa bohlatsi bo ke eng se o nyakang o se fitlhelele
se ke nyakang o se fitlhelela go o bontšha pelo ya ka mokgwa ke leng botlhoko ka ona ya le ka mokgwa ke botšišitšweng ka gona mola e le gore ke a tseba gore Rachel le Phuti Martin Muthata a ke gopole ba tsebang.
What I want to achieve is to show this court how much pain I felt in the manner I was asked questions, and according to my knowledge, I do not recall Rachel and Phuti Martin Muthata knowing it.
All right. You're sitting here the whole day, isn't it?
That is.
Do you know why accused number 1 is here in court?
What's about now? Recover Galang from Alimo Korong Ye Kasisibak.
Rachel Shokani Kutumela. Do you know?
Rachel Shokani Waunalo Akutu.
Hey, can see.
Yes,
why is she here?
Ola tofatšwa ka polao le bofora.
She is charged with murder and fraud.
And she's before court to apply to be released on bail. Do you know that?
Logori, umopela foro ya fupela oroforo e mudumelele o seka molato I can't take. Come for patela bail. Why it's better? Yes, I do.
Is there anything you can assist her on that?
Unalizoka mutushanga sonati mwanengi.
Senga mutushanga sona ku yo bolela hore a tsebi silo ka dilo jaka o ba tja Martin Phuti Muthata.
What I can assist her with is to tell this court that she knows nothing about my things with my things. She knows nothing about things between me and Martin Muthata.
And we don't know anything about you and Martin as well.
Let her know to still look out on Martin.
Hey.
Yes.
Something further.
No cross-examination. No examination. See, your worship is 4 o'clock.
Thank you, witness. You are now excused.
Memata, relevo da le nag. Foro eri le kanu kulwa. Eli vulala vulala sipulala sipi.
Kalabo.
I was saying, your worship, that we see it's 4 o'clock.
You simply very time questions.
That's why your worship, but I have a condition, your worship, that you don't want to disclose.
Yeah, yesterday you said the witness time.
Your worship respects the process.
I understand you. Advocate Kutumela.
I think we already arranged a date for tomorrow. If the applicants are not ready to continue now, We'll wait for them in the morning, as the court decides.
Vale, na go ke ire ya bone Thapama ka o rialo ba shitse ba kware ka gale go to tswela pele le go sasa ka o rialo ba go tswela gore re emise bana mo le arasa gore sa se se go dira la go ba go ana le tsena ga a lo kono bitao a le mai tshwara
Accused, you may still
ga emele la bara tshwara
due to lateness of the hour, this matter is therefore postponed to tomorrow, the 1st of November 2024. You will all be interested.
ka baka la sa ba gona ga nako molato o tla tshetsetswa pele go fela go sasa mesong le tabele ka fulegong wa fela nako eo bue le tliswa go sasa ke sepodisi.
Thank you. This court shall adjourn.